Hey, hey, this is Orion Escalus, Celestial Wanderer, and AstraLog member number 1. It's been a while. I hope you guys don't forget me. I haven't forgotten me in the time that I've been out. And tonight I'm joined by...
Hello, it's your boy, Uma Arktos, number 2 of AstraLog, your locked royal, your guy who didn't have time between coming home from the kingdom and the stream to make dinner, so I've got a bowl of mac and cheese with me, so I'm gonna be stuffing my face, don't mind me.
Oh wow, that's actually what I had earlier too. Hey, glad to see you again. Yeah, so I guess it's been a little under 3 weeks that I've been out, and 2 of them, a little over 2 of them, was all part of this this trip to Japan. Technically not my first time there, but like the only other time I'd ever been there was like a changeover in like an airport. I think Narita Airport, and I was stuck there for 17 hours or something. And I didn't get.
You've been to East Asia before, right?
Yeah. I didn't get to really leave that airport. Yeah, and I was traveling somewhere else, so Japan wasn't the destination, unfortunately. But man, this was it. This was the actual trip to Japan, actual first trip where I actually got to do stuff there. Actually sort of impromptu as well. I knew I wanted to go sometime within the year, but I didn't know when, and was just waiting for like the right opportunity. And yeah, for first full-time visit, I was just waiting for the opportunity, and then an opportunity came like almost immediately in the year, and like basically I think the end of I think I was talking about like having to take time off in the future, maybe as far back as like my Christmas stream last year. Yeah,
Sounds
but
about right.
Yeah, it was not much like forewarning. Like 100%, this was. I normally plan my trips significantly further in advance, and this one was like only about a month of prep time, and I had to get all my documents in order and stuff like that. But yeah.
I mean, shoot, it kind of sounded like, at least with everything that was happening, because I saw more than the average person would about your planning of this. And it's
That's
like,
right,
it
yeah.
seems like it was kind of like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not that you won't be able to, like, go to Japan again, but, like, everything that was kind of going on with it. It's like, you gotta grab that chance right now.
Exactly, yeah. Like, there were a few things that were drawing me there in particular, and I'll definitely explain that in full when I'm actually going over, like, what the timeline was. But, in terms of, actually just going to visit, there were several other people who are pretty close to me who are like, hey, I'm going on this trip and maybe you should come along too. And I wouldn't say it was peer pressure, but it was just a good opportunity, because I was like, oh, you know what, maybe now's the actual time to do it. Yeah, so actually, yeah, just a day or 2 after my last stream, my Katamari stream at the beginning of the month, I essentially did like a mini road trip where I am physically to get to an airport that could do like a direct flight into Tokyo, because otherwise you have to do connection flights, and oh man, anytime I've had to do a connecting flight, there's always been trouble. It's like, oh, you get to wait here an extra few hours. How many is a few hours? 17? It's that number again, and it is still in reference to that one other time. But it's happened quite a few times when I've traveled, so I'm like, you know what? Maybe the extra $100 or so on the ticket is actually worth not transferring. And you know what? One other person in the group that was going was like, oh, no, I'll totally save $100. And they got delayed. They got delayed by like 5 hours, and they weren't able to do like some of their first day prep stuff right away. And they ended up having to like bullet train back to the airport to do some stuff that they had to do at like a service desk. Yeah, exactly. I guess I mean, they saved $100, but they lost like 5 or 6 valuable hours on the ground in Japan.
Yeah, that sucks though. I always feel like when it comes to at least air travel of any kind, I guess air travel the only kind right now, your best bet is usually to just fork over a little more money for, you know, a little more guarantee of a successful trip.
For sure, yeah. And there are some airlines that I'm just like, wait, this is slightly more expensive, but like you really do get what you pay for sometime. Like flying domestic, dare I say the name of the airline? I'll just go ahead and do it. Yeah, I will have a preference to Delta because they always give like, at least for domestic flights, they give you a few extra inches of like space for your feet. And their lounges don't have plastic chairs. They actually have like these cushy, sort of like nice to sit in kind of chairs. And every time that I've flown domestically, I've forgotten that I have vowed to like never not fly, so I fly somewhere else, and then it all rushes back to me when I'm sitting on a plastic chair at 5 a.m. and like an airport change up, and I'm like, this was what I wanted to remind myself of last time. But I'm gonna keep telling myself that because I 100% don't want to fly with I don't know, like the legroom is good. And
I like that Delta, like I'll admit I tend to only fly basic economy because I'm a broke little man. And also I just don't mind it. But I like that, like the newer Delta flights, like even on like their just basic seats, they've got all the TVs, at least on all the planes that I've been on for them as of recent years.
Yeah.
And it's really nice. Like they've even got like the flight tracker on there. So it's like rather than watch anything, I'll like pull out like whatever video games I brought with me and then put on the flight tracker and then just be like, hey, what city are we over right now? It's like playing GeoGuessr in the sky and all you can see is the
exactly
clouds.
Yeah, actually with the I won't say what airline I flew on this time, but they had that flight tracker thing and they had a specific mode called Command Center, and it showed like it showed like the top-down view of like the globe and the plane flying over it, and it had like all the little schematics for like what elevation, what altitude you were flying at and what the various speeds and other stuff is. Plane flight is GeoGuessr. Absolutely, yeah. But yeah,
is this my sign that I need to play like, what is it, Microsoft Flight Simulator or whatever it's called?
Maybe, yeah. You oh my gosh, I don't even.
I've watched enough Mentor Pilot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I think I've mentioned this before, but I want a Forza game in that engine, like a Forza Horizon game, because they use like procedurally generated data in addition to like map data to generate like aerial views. I'm like, why can't I drive a car in it? You know? Yeah, but discussion of Forza can wait for another time because we're here to talk about the trip, and I guess I'll get right into it. I'll talk about how I got there first, I guess, and then I'll talk about all these things I noticed in like just doing everyday things, which were kind of neat or interesting, right? So basically, there was a friend, there's a friend I know who lives relatively close to one of the airports that actually does like the direct flights and is within like road tripping distance. So everyone in my like immediate vicinity who was going, we all piled into a car and headed over to that other friend's place to stay the night. And this friend has like one of those fancy schmancy like member passes to like airport lounges. And I'd never been in an airport lounge before. My parents were very much like, airport lounges are for rich people and stuff like that. But my friend had one because I think his family is like connected through business or something. And there was like this Turkish Airways lounge that we were able to go into and essentially get breakfast at before we got into the plane. And it was amazing. Oh my gosh.
That's crazy.
They serve you like, there was like a buffet with like tea and coffee and like all kinds of breakfast foods, and because it was a Turkish lounge, it was Turkish style. So you got like these like incredibly fluffy spiced scrambled eggs, like this chickpea and like prune sauce or date sauce or something. It was like really savory, and like a scoop of feta cheese, and I got like 2 full servings of that. That was delicious. Actually, I'm gonna test something, right? I currently have like a photo album that I have out on my end, but I think if I were to do this, I might be able to splash it up on the screen behind us. I don't know what quality or how the layering is going to work. Bam. See that? You probably could see it on the stream, but that was, that was the breakfast, and it was insane. It was so good, and they had like Turkish teas, they had Turkish coffees.
Are those beans?
No, those are chickpeas, actually.
Those chickpeas.
Yeah. Oh my god, it was really good. It's weird to say that like one of the highlight foods of my trip was like a Turkish lounge, but like honestly, all the food was just so incredibly good. Yeah, so incredibly
Putting
good.
The myth that airport food sucks to rest.
Huh? Oh no, airport food does in fact suck, and I'll talk about it later. Yeah, but
okay,
the
poor
lounges.
people airport food sucks.
Well, yeah. Once you gain access to a lounge, that's where things open up. Oh my gosh, I was like looking at what it would cost to get into a lounge one time when I was flying, and I was like hungry, and it's the same deal as like when you go grocery shopping when you're hungry. Don't do that. I was this close to buying like a lounge pass for domestic flights. I don't fly domestic that often, but it was like, oh my god, I could get I don't know, I think it was like Chinese food in one, and I'm like, oh man, I really want that, but
I feel like that friend in particular is low-key trying to convert everybody into like living like he does, for better or worse.
No, it's not the friend you're thinking of. It was a different friend with the pass who's like way more modest, but he was like, hey, I can get X number of people into this airport lounge, let's go. All right, but I haven't even talked about we haven't even gotten to Japan yet in this discussion. Oh man, so I'm just gonna flip through some pictures. But I did not get a window seat, but that was perfectly fine because when you have an aisle, a seat on, I did have an aisle seat. Then the life hack is when you have a seat on the aisle, you can stick your feet into the sort of hallway area and you get like way more space. But like they actually had a fair amount of space, so there wasn't much to complain about. I personally packed a suitcase that had another suitcase inside of it because I think you get two like checked baggage kind of things. You get like a laptop bag and you get a carry-on, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And I was like, oh, it'll be a lot easier to only have to wrangle one bag on the way there, but I'm totally going to be buying like enough nerd otaku merch and goods like that there that I'm going to fill enough suitcases that I actually had 2 suitcases that like Matryoshka dolled. And I just checked one bag on the way there. Just imagine being the airport security that just opens a bag and there's another one inside. I bet they see it from time to time.
I'm sure they're used to that.
Yeah, but that's what I packed. Dinner was like actually really good. They served on the airplane itself. They served this like shrimp tempura with vegetables and rice kind of thing. I might be able to get a picture of this one as well. One second. Yeah, this picture might be like blown up a lot, and it might have the arrow in the corner from the app I'm using. One second. What? See that? It was like actually good. Like this was like a shrimp tempura rice thing. Ooh. And like it wasn't crispy, of course, but it tasted like shrimp tempura, and it was like quite good actually. Like I didn't mind. It tastes, oh my god, most of these pictures are going to be about food. Yeah, no joke. When I go traveling, I take pictures of like everything I eat. I'm 100% not the kind of person who's like, that one's for the gram, and they'll like take an Instagram Snapchat kind of thing and post it to my timeline. Nah, you saw I barely posted any food at all.
Hashtag no filter.
Exactly, yeah. I take pictures of food because honestly, that's how I remember things really well. If I go on vacation, I am always taking pictures. Everyone's like, oh, Orion, what? Oh, you're so vain. You're going to post that on social media, right? I'm like, absolutely not. This is for my personal collection. Yeah. Yeah, but man, the food was pretty good. And it was just interesting to see them have like this tempura, and they actually gave us like real Haagen-Dazs ice cream for dessert afterwards, and it was like frozen solid. You had to let it sit for a little bit because it was just like an ice cube. It was actually pretty good. The sort of films that were available too were on like the in-flight entertainment were pretty interesting as well. Like there is remember how you said that you knew that friend of mine who's like super into trying to get everyone into that like high-end credit card lifestyle? For a while, he was showing like these he did like Discord movie night kind of things with like award-winning like movies. We saw like some Mads Mikkelsen one, we saw a few others, and we saw like this really interesting one about like a car driver in Japan. And they had that movie, and I was like, oh, I might put it on, but I
love Odd Taxi.
No, it's called Drive My Car. Drive My Car, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like an adaptation of like a famous novel. It's like very melancholic, bittersweet kind of movie, but you could tell it's the kind of movie that's designed to win awards, right? But I ended up kind of just like I've realized that if I slept and with a particular like sleep pattern, I actually would be able to wake up around the time that it would be like a morning wake up time in Japan. So rather than watching any movies, I just slept until like my phone just buzzed me at a certain time. I was like, oh, time to wake up. And I didn't actually watch anything, but I will say I probably got the Black Adam viewing experience, you know, like The Rock doing that like anti-hero for the DC universe. The dude in front of me on the plane, like diagonally in front of me so I can actually see his screen, kept trying to watch it and he kept falling asleep partway through. I don't blame him because I don't think the movie was like 10 out of 10, but he kept falling asleep and kept like restarting it. So I don't know. I think
maybe that's the thing. Maybe he just really wanted to sleep and he knew he wanted to watch something that would bore him to death.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say I watched Black Adam, but I got the Black Adam viewing experience because it was over this other dude's shoulder, unintentionally, of course, because you really can't not look at what's directly in front of you in an airplane, and and he had the subtitles on, so perhaps the voice acting was far worse than I imagined it in my head. So you know, I don't know, but I actually so actually hold on a second, I'm gonna keep flipping through some pictures. For dinner was a little less interesting, I guess. It was just like this like pulled pork with like teriyaki pulled pork over like rice, and it came on a smaller tray and it didn't have as much food on it, but it came with like a ham and bean salad or something. Yeah, it was all right. But they like kept coming by with like coffee pitchers. I'm like, you want some coffee? I'm like, sure. And then they walked by like literally 5 minutes later. They were like, you want some coffee? I'm like, sure, why not? And I guess this
you're
actually
basically a coffee addict at this point, so
I guess it wasn't particularly good, but it kept me awake, so it helped me get my sleep schedule still in order. And I guess let's see, I guess I didn't get a picture of it, but just as well, because I probably can't put the picture of it up on screen without getting some kind of Toei thing to slam down on me. But I actually opted to watch One Piece film Red with there was like 2 hours left in the flight, and the film itself is like an hour and a half, and I was like, hey, I like auto music, and I've seen like the first 13 or 14 episodes of One Piece, so I was like, yeah, surely I'm not missing that much. And to be fair, they kind of don't really make the movies like too dependent on the material that's around it.
Right, yeah, it's a shonen movie.
Yeah,
you can usually just watch it without, you know, the
they're going to throw like they threw a ton of characters and superpowers out that I didn't really understand, but I just rolled with it, and I was like, wait a second, Law is voiced by Kamiya Hiroshi. I might actually have to get back into One Piece, but everyone tells me to read it and not watch it because it takes so long. Yeah, popcorn shonen flick for sure. And my god, the music was so good. Auto does not miss. And from what I understand, they had different, like the producers for different bands sort of step in and write each one of the songs. So you had like a Mrs. Green Apple one. You had like I don't know who did New Genesis, but man, it's just the music had, it felt like it was a lot of variety despite only having one singer. But man, Auto is so good. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm gonna keep flipping through my pictures, I guess. We landed. Yeah, let's see if I can post a picture of the Welcome to Japan signs, because right now it's like Nintendo is doing some crazy promo, and they're like, I don't know, just like a massive cornerstone of like Japanese pop culture at this point. So let me put that on screen. Let's see what that looks like. There we go. Welcome to Japan. Let me see if I could scooch it actually, because there is an interesting little bit if I move it over. Yeah. So like,
that should help.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so like, yeah, it's various Nintendo characters holding the Welcome to Japan stuff, and I like sent in my like friend group Discord like a picture of Mario or something. It was like, I'm in Italy, guys. I made it. Italian plumber. But something interesting, right, is if you look really closely at the sign Luigi is holding here. Hold on, I might be able to blow it up bigger.
Yeah, it's too small for me to read it.
Yeah, it's also off of like a, oh my gosh, that's really hard to read. But that says Okaidi, I think. Okaidi, which means welcome back. So if you're,
yeah, it looks like.
Yeah. So if you're, if you can read, like, it's interesting because when it's in English, they assume, oh, you're a visitor. But if it's Japanese, it's like, oh, you're on your way back home, that kind of thing. So I thought that was a cool, like, real life Easter egg kind of thing, I guess.
That's cute.
Yeah. Some other stuff I saw, like, yeah, we kind of had to go through customs, and it's crazy because like going through customs in other countries, they kind of like ask you questions, do all kinds of stuff, and they kind of ask us questions, but then they just had like this line of kiosks you'd go up to, and it's like scan your face or something, and they're like, okay, we have your identity, and I'm like, I'm sure that would be a massive breach of privacy in some countries, but apparently in Japan it's relatively common as a way to verify like tickets and stuff like that. And right after oops, what have I done, right after you get past customs, you're greeted by Hatsune Miku, because welcome to Tokyo, guys. See.
Miss Miku, she's real.
Yeah, so like Miku is like crazily like tourism ambassador-y still. Like you would think,
should be.
Yeah, no, you would think that like, oh, Vocaloid's old, that kind of stuff. The thing is like Krypton Future Media, the company that manages the Miku property, has done just some crazy stuff when it comes to like updating their brand and keeping it relevant. Like Miku technically isn't even a Vocaloid anymore.
I mean, Miku's kind of just eternal at this point.
Yeah, but like there were like Miku commercials, and like, I don't know, the Japanese tourism board was playing commercials on loop in like the area, in like the arrivals area of the terminal, and they were using like how do I describe it? Like a not anime styled Miku to sort of like act as like a tourism ambassador. Yeah, no, sure. She's like walking around like historical sites and like scenery in Japan, but she didn't have like an anime face. She had like a much more human looking face, and it wasn't uncanny either. I didn't get a picture of it. I didn't think to get a picture of it, but like that was just a very interesting way of portraying Miku. But they were like, I guess maybe
the fact that Miku is like so heavily tied to something like that kind of doesn't surprise me. Like we don't really have that much of an equivalent like in the Western sphere of things, but when it comes to like Japanese fandom, when you have some sort of media that is like just incredibly popular, it kind of just becomes a staple in daily life, which is, you know,
yeah,
there it is. I guess like, I mean, something kind of similar you could think of in the West would be like, I don't know, Snoopy or something like that, or Mickey Mouse.
There was tons of Snoopy in Japan, no joke. Snoopy is
that doesn't surprise me.
Huge. Whatever company is managing Snoopy merchandising in Japan is like going the Sanrio route. They are going crazy with it. They're going.
Yeah,
crazy
that sounds
with it.
about right.
Yeah, so let's talk about some of the things that, okay, so the first thing I did when I got to the airport actually was to get a semi-permanent SIM card. So the thing is, in order to go buy tickets for like events in Japan, so at concerts and stuff, you actually need to like have a phone number to tie it to, and they might send you SMS messages or stuff, or like you just need a real phone number for a lot of them. And without like a Japanese phone number, you just can't like sign up for things for concerts. And one of the things holding me back from like buying concert tickets myself was that, oh, I don't have a Japanese phone number. So I actually signed up for like a semi long-term phone plan, I guess. It's kind of designed for, I guess, people who live a lot in the West and a lot in Japan, but kind of just live far, well, how do I put it? Like, imagine traveling a lot between like the US and Japan, and
like a dual citizenship kind of deal?
I guess, but it's like,
or like a
you
work
are
visa
away,
sort of
you
thing
are
almost?
away for months at a time, that kind of thing, right? So
Right.
you pay like $8 US a year or something to keep your phone number, and you only pay in the months that you use it. And
oh, that's really good.
yeah, so I
thought it would be like several hundred.
yeah, no, there are like all kinds of different plans, and we have a friend who did another friend, one of the ones who was actually on the trip with us, who did crazy amounts of research, and they're like, this is technically like more expensive in the short run if you were to do like maybe 10 consecutive months of it, but if you're only in Japan for like a few weeks at a time, or in Japan multiple times a year but only for a few weeks at a time, it turns out to be more worth it. So a lot of us in that group that went, we all have like Japanese phone numbers now, so we can all buy like concert tickets if need be, which is kind of cool. Yeah, and all of the concerts I went to were purchased by other people, and I was added as like a +1 because most tickets work that way. If you end up buying the ticket, you get like a +1 slot that you have, and that person doesn't necessarily have to be verified. But it's interesting. Yeah, we actually had to like sit down and send like messages and call like this robot like automated line that was like, we have confirmed that you are using a real phone number, goodbye, and it just hung up on you. And then like the website we were on just blinked. It was like, oh, okay.
Huh.
Yeah, kind of cool. They had like a whole Nintendo World, like mini Nintendo World set up in the like airport visitor center as well. There was like Nintendo was going crazy with it. Just Mario stuff everywhere. They had like props. There was like a very reflective warp pipe. I can't post a picture of it, but a very reflective warp pipe that you could stand in and photo op and stuff like that.
Huh.
So I can imagine being very good for tourists. And thus begins, from this point, my explanation of vending machines, right? Vending machines in Japan are absolutely nuts, and I miss them and I love them, and I am loath to part with them because they're number one, they're everywhere. I think you could stand in any spot in Tokyo, and if you looked all around you, you could probably see 3 vending machines at any given point. Number 2, vending machines distribute cold and hot. Like, whatever mechanism is like inside has like a hot area and a cold area, and it drops the stuff out, and it is like perfect. It's like so hot that if it was any hotter, it would like burn you, but it's not. It's like that pleasant, like, that's just enough heat if it's cold, that kind of thing. And like technically it was winter, so it was nice to get hot beverages or soups or whatever out of them. Number 3, you can use IC payments to pay for many vending machines. So a lot of vending machines are like, yeah, we'll take like yen coins and bills, or you could tap your phone and it like instantly pays. And it may sound similar to like the like Google Pay, Apple Pay kind of stuff in the West, but they run on like a different technology, or they use like a different type of scanner or something, just a little part inside their phones that makes it work like just so much better. It's hard to describe, but for some reason Apple decided that they were going to put this on all of their phones. So my iPhone, I actually was just able to like tap and use as if it was like a Japanese phone, but like Androids, unfortunately, you have to get like a physical card for that. But I'll talk about the physical cards later. But number 3, I guess, about vending machines, or number 4, I don't remember. You can see everything that's in it via like a glass or plastic sort of window that just has everything lined up in it. I don't know why more aren't like this. Like why it isn't like this all over the world, because it's like,
you mean where it only shows like one product and then like everything else is like behind it?
Oh no, not even that. I don't know what a cross section of a vending machine would look, a Japanese vending machine would look like, but like the window where they display all of the like drinks and stuff is actually like separate. Those will never be like pushed out of the machine. Right. Yeah, they're kind of just like a shelf that they sit on. And something interesting is companies, I guess, send like demo cans or stuff to put in there, right? And some of them have like extra little signs or like little podiums to stand on that have like cho oishi or something on it that says like super tasty, you know, just something to sell it. sell it to people, I guess. It's interesting because it's more than just the can, and it's cool just seeing them all like lined up like that. Another
What's
thing
kind of interesting to me is like there are like vintage like vending machines that at least I've seen these in America where they are kind of like that, where they just have like the display and then everything else, you know, the actual vended stuff is behind, you know, that shelf kind of look.
Yeah.
But I, you know, obviously haven't seen that in recent times.
Yeah, I don't think I saw yeah, I don't think I saw a single vending machine of the sort of like quote unquote Western type. They were all this Japanese style. I guess two more things about vending machines. One, they're really cheap. They're really cheap. Like, for probably less than $1 US converted, you can get a can of like soda, coffee, juice, whatever, right? The portion sizes I think are a little smaller, for sure. But honestly, sometimes when you want like a soda, you just want like a small drink, you know, right? Yeah, no, it's just it was just perfect because I went ham. I went absolutely ham on these vending machines. I probably spent like $100 over the course of the entire trip on like just random drinks, but I didn't double a drink ever. That is like my last point with the vending machines is the drink variety is staggering. There's probably like 10, like, whereas maybe in the West, it's like, oh, this is a Pepsi machine. It has these drinks in it. And you wouldn't really expect much more outside of the realm of that. Or like, this is a Coke machine, and you would expect what a Coke machine has, right? And like Dr. Pepper and like Mountain Dew are in both, right? So, these machines, I mean, there's like 10 companies, I think, 10 or more companies that put these machines out. They probably rent them out and put them in various locations around Japan, and they pay a little bit to the property owner monthly or something to have their machine there. And they're fiercely competing with one another. Oh my gosh. Like, how do I explain it? It's just like everyone is trying to like sell, like Kirin is selling drinks, 17 is selling drinks. There were Coke machines, there were like Asahi machines, there were just all kinds, like so many beverage companies just fighting for space and like dominion over the others by slapping more of their machines everywhere, right? And sometimes they'd be in like price wars with one another, right? So there's a machine we find that's like a brand we've never heard of before, and it literally has a sign on the front that says, "I'm better than all the other machines because all my stuff are 10 yen cheaper." And no joke, they had some of the similar things that the other machines had, but they were 10 yen cheaper. But like with a lot of drinks too, with like a lot of similarities, like there was just so much variety, right? But like you can tell, this is Asahi's like cocoa drink, right? And oh look, there's Kirin's cocoa drink. Oh, look at that. Coca-Cola has their own cocoa drink. Boss Coffee, they have their own cocoa drink. They're all trying to one-up each other and try, I don't know, just carrying what their opponents have as well. Like, there is a famous beverage in originating in Japan, I believe, and it's you see it across Asia as well, I think, and that's Calpis.
Calpis.
Yeah, they localize it. You can find it in the West sometimes as Calpico because Calpis sounds too much like something else.
As a matter of fact, they've recently started selling it at my nearest grocery store.
Oh, that's not bad at all. Yeah. But it's really hard to describe, except that it is like a slightly citrusy white drink that has like a fruity, milky flavor. It's really hard to describe.
It's kind of like yogurty to me.
Yeah. They call it a yogurt drink, but when you say yogurt drink to people, they think of like smoothies, right? It's like a smooth.
I mean, it's really only yogurt and flavor.
Yeah, it's like a smooth, like sweet yogurt flavor. It's really good, and if you can find like Calpico or Calpis, definitely give it a shot because it's just so good. But like I believe Calpis is a Kirin product? No. I don't know which company started Calpis, but every company at this point has tried to like make their own at some point in time. And like I tried like so many different kinds. And man, sometimes it's hard to even tell, like, hey, they literally just took Calpis and poured into this like Asahi like pure white bottle or something, right? Or Asahi Royal or Kirin Royal. I don't know. It was just really cool, but there was just so much variety. Like you can get things ranging from like, actually, you know what? Actually, I took a picture of every drink that I got from almost every drink that I got from a vending machine. I'll probably just mention it when I flip through it. So my first drink when I was there was a Pocari Sweat, which is like a Japanese Gatorade kind of thing. It's pretty good. I immediately followed that up with hot, sweet red bean soup. Yep. In Asian countries, beans are oftentimes more of like less of a savory thing, more of a sweet thing, right?
Right.
So this was like a dessert in a can. These beans, it's really hard to describe them without like an analog, but it's just, they're sweet. They kind of have like a nutty kind of flavor to them, and they're in this bean soup that you can drink hot out of a can. And I was running around like an idiot. I was running around the visitor center like an idiot trying to shake the last few beans. Oh, hey, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, but trying to shake the last few beans out of it. I immediately followed that up with a Fire. The company's brand is called Fire. A Fire Brazil blend coffee. And something I noticed, it wasn't very good. It was like kind of acidic and kind of chemically, I guess. But something I noticed immediately is when coffee, unless it says latte, it's not like a milk beverage at all. Like it is either it's just black coffee with sugar most times. Yeah, unless it specifically says it has milk in it, it just doesn't have milk. Yeah. Let me see. Is this picture safe? Because when we checked out, I think this picture is safe. Yeah. When we checked out of the airport, or rather, when we checked out of like the visitor center part of the airport, there's actually like a mall built into the airport. It's kind of safe. Yeah. I'll just not get that part of the picture. But there was like a big mall built into it. Like there are like big malls everywhere in Japan. But this mall in particular was like catered towards like, hey, this is stuff for people that just commuted, so here's a lot of cool food. And of course, this is the famous Japanese plastic food that they display in windows to give you a sense of what you're getting. And oh man, I guess like a lot of Japanese restaurants just had like big menus with lots of variety, but they 100% let you know what were on those menus using these sort of like plastic food thingies. Yeah. Yeah, this place in particular, I think we didn't eat here, but I just wanted to get a picture of like one of those really cool plastic food displays. But yeah, we didn't eat there, but that place I think specialized mostly in like just Japanese cuisine, like quintessential. If it's Japanese, it's probably on the menu, right? I'm gonna keep flipping through. We eventually ended up going to a conveyor belt sushi that was built into the place. And something I thought was just maybe prevalent in the airport because of international travelers is just how much English there was everywhere. I guess in Tokyo, it's just everywhere. They prep really hard for the Olympics. So they, I guess, just wanted like people who spoke English to be able to understand everything. So I guess,
I mean, honestly, when it comes to a lot of like main roads, at least when it comes to navigation, there's a lot of English that goes along with it too.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
it's partially to blame because of like the military and stuff like that.
Oh
but,
yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Something on that picture. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it back up again. So this sushi go around was interesting because depending on what color your plate was. Let me enlarge this a bit. Depending on what color.
Is it cost difference depending on color?
Yeah. And they sort of calculated it out based on what you picked. And I later learned that this was like stupid expensive for a conveyor belt sushi. Yeah. But no, I'll explain later because there was another conveyor belt sushi we went to on a whim, and it turned out to be like such a cool, interesting, novel experience. Yeah, but you could just pick stuff up as it went by on the conveyor belt, or you could pull it off of the like there was like an iPad at every seat or so that you can sort of like pick and choose, and the menu was like there were options to translate it into different languages, so you can like make a specific order and it would be like delivered straight to you. It was kind of cool. Yeah, but
I'm lucky to actually have one of those like kind of near me and like authentically run by like, you know, and like Asian folks. It's not like some, you know, gentrified kind of thing. It's really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was awesome. I think I spent like 40 US there even after conversion. I ate a lot, but I was hungry.
Yeah,
I was hungry after that plane trip, and I was excited to eat like for airport sushi. This was like, I think a lot of stigma that you get in the West for like, oh, this was in a convenience store. Oh, this was in an airport. It kind of goes away in Japan when they're either trying to impress you or have like people's daily lives to support. It's interesting. He's like, this airport had super high quality food in it. It also had a McDonald's, but let's not talk about that. After that, I hit up another vending machine and I got another hot coffee called Georgia. Georgia is the worst coffee brand of all in Japan. Every time I tried Georgia, it let me down. It let me down so bad. And
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it was just like drinking chalk. It was terrible. It's terrible. I'm sure someone's into that, but not me. What was next? I hit up so after that dinner, we sort of met up with my friend who decided to transfer flights instead to save a buck, and got ditched for 5 hours in one of his connections. He actually could not pick up his SIM card because they closed the desk.
Oh no.
Yeah, they closed the desk. So we kind of just sat there awkwardly, and a few days later had to bullet train, which is not cheap, back to the airport to pick up his thing, because you have like a window of, like a few day window of time to get it. But they were just closed, and it sucked because we had to like catch the train basically to the part of the city that we were staying at. And in the train station, I got another hot beverage called Vitamin Lemon by Itoen. Itoen is like famous for like selling green tea, I guess, in the West, but they were one of the competing beverage companies. And Vitamin Lemon, for what I can tell, was just like hot lemonade. I don't really understand why the Japanese people decided that you need to heat up lemonade, but you know what?
I mean, that's probably really good for your throat.
Yeah, it was actually really tasty. I was like, I'm going to heat up my lemonade.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
Forward. I mean, it was actually pretty cool.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like if you put lemon in tea, you can have that hot.
Exactly, yeah.
Why not do lemonade? That makes sense. It sounds delicious.
Yeah. Another interesting thing we noticed when we were like setting up our SIM cards too was that they had like a security robot. I think the robot is reflective, but I don't think it got anything. Let's see. They had this robot just meandering around, shouting ominously in different languages. It was really quite silly, if you think about it. But this thing was kind of just like this bumper car looking thing was just going around being like, I am a security robot. I am protecting this area or something. And then it would switch languages and switch languages and switch languages while just meandering. From what I could tell, it wasn't doing too much constructive, I don't think. But
those Boston robot dogs have nothing on this unit.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, so then we gathered our party together and we headed to the bullet train, the Keisei bullet train. Oh man, I have to talk a little bit about Japan's rail systems, right? They're actually like, I don't know how many there are, but there's like, I'm going to use this a lot. It's like 10 plus companies maintaining the entirety of like Tokyo's rail system. They're privately owned. And somehow they decided at some point that they wanted to make things convenient for the consumer. So you actually can use any, as I mentioned before, any IC card at any of the railways. You just tap it on the gate and it will charge your account and send the money to the right company. Previously, apparently like 10, 15 years ago, you might walk around with like 10 plus cards if you had to visit different places, just because the cards were not cross-compatible. But they decided, hey, you know, honestly, it's probably because the CEOs take the train too. But and they were annoyed by it. But over the years, they just sort of like started merging what cards were compatible. And now they all work.
We could have more of that kind of corporate unity.
Exactly. Yeah. But the thing is you can kind of pick any card that you want, and as long as you're just taking like standard trips, like you can buy like special plans, I guess, with special lines, well, with specific lines. If you are, say, let's say you commute and you take this line, you might be able to pay like a reduced monthly fee kind of thing, but like for standard traveling, a single card will get you anywhere, which is so cool. And what's interesting is there's like card loyalty. Like these are not loyalty cards. No, people are loyal to their cards of different kinds. And like the two big dogs are like Passmo and Suika. Passmo's mascot is like a robot, and people were walking around with cards that either had like a little robot dude on it or like a train. Like the outline of a silhouette of a train on it. But Suika, cheating, absolutely cheating 100%. Their mascot is a penguin. And people could be like, I hate the JR rail, but I'm getting a Suika card because I want the penguin mascot. One of the people in our party literally he was holding us up a little bit, honestly, but it was all in good fun because he refused to get a card that wasn't Suika. So here we are riding the Keisei line. Oh no, I gotta buy a paper ticket for that one. I'm not until I get a Suika card, I'm not doing it. We're like, chill, man, come on. It's like, okay, we're riding the KO line now. Oh, we're riding the Metro. Oh no, paper ticket all the way. I'm gonna use fare adjustment instead. Don't worry. Wait for me. It's like, whatever. But it was cool. He eventually got a Suika card, so good for him. But yeah, we rode the Keisei line from Narita back to where we were. And man, it's crazy. I on the platform where the bullet train was, I picked up another drink called Fiba Mini.
Oh, what?
Fiba Mini. From what I could tell,
like
it was
fiber?
Fibe in English.
Oh, Fibe.
Fiba, whatever. Fiba Mini. It was like grapefruit juice in like a tiny little like classic looking Pepsi bottle thing. And it was really good. And I realized at this point that this thing is technically marketed as an energy drink, even though all it contains is an overabundance of vitamin C. For some reason, massive amounts of vitamin C are considered an energy drink. I don't know, does that actually give you energy? I know like caffeine can do it.
I mean, I guess it has to give you some kind of energy.
Yeah. All right, anyhow, we rode the bullet train back, and you know what? It was time for food again, because our one friend who was 5 hours late wasn't able to join us for conveyor belt sushi, so we stopped at a late night Yoshinoya, which is like shredded beef over rice with like pickled onions and cabbage or something on top of it, or pickled ginger. I don't know. It's really pickled radish. What am I saying? Pickled radish on the side, and they are so good. And I realized that at this point, my years of training amounted to nothing. I just could not get the words out. But then the woman serving the stuff just spoke to me in English. Oh, would you like the English menu? I'm like, oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, but over the course of the next few days, it came back to me pretty well. But yeah, things in like Japan, you can get around Tokyo at least very well without very much knowledge. And you know what? There's more eating to do that night because we went to Lawson. Let me talk about Japanese convenience stores. When you think of convenience store food, you probably don't have a very high opinion of it because it's like, oh my god, this like hot dog has been spinning on like those hot pieces of metal in the back of this 7-Eleven for probably 3 days. It's going to be dry. It's going to be overly salted. It's going to be awful. That kind of stuff, right? No. The level of standard for like food quality in convenience stores is off the charts in Japan. Like you can legitimately get like the best fried chicken in Japan or the best like sandwiches in Japan. Like you can buy like an egg salad sandwich with confidence. It's nutty. It's actually crazy how good the food is. And like the big players, as far as I know, are 7-Eleven, Lawson, Family Mart, and at least in the area that we were in, Mini Stop. And
I haven't heard of that last
Mini
one.
Stop. Yeah, no, it is actually insane just how good how good the food quality was. And well, I was on a mission. I was looking specifically for a convenience store ice cream called Coolish. Yeah, so basically, there's a podcast I watched that's like one of the offshoots of the Abroad in Japan sort of media group, I guess, at this point, where one of the people on this podcast is a huge fan of Coolish ice cream. What is Coolish ice cream? It is like a foil bag that contains like half frozen ice cream that you just squeeze and like drink out of like a straw tube kind of thing at the top. And it is actually, it is so good. The texture of it is just unreal. Like it's like slightly harder than soft serve, but it still flows like soft serve. And you just like squeeze the bag and drink the ice cream. And there was like a limited time. Actually, I wonder if I can get a safe picture of this. I think that's good enough. Oh, I totally missed. Yeah, let me see if this is good. That should be all right. I need to show Coolish ice cream to the people. To the people.
I must know.
That's Coolish ice cream right there. It's in this. It's by Lot. Lot, by the way, has vending machines too. They're another food group. But they produce this like ice cream in a foil bag, and this happened to be like this Yamitsuki honey bata. So it's a type.
That sounds delicious.
Yes, it's a type of honey and like butter ice cream. It was delicious. It was so good. It was so good. And my only regret, actually, I have several regrets about my time in Japan, but I did not eat enough Coolish. I ate a lot, but I did not eat enough Coolish. It was so good.
That's probably not something they can just import either. Damn.
Yeah, so we ended up stopping off in our like Airbnb kind of accommodations. And in Japan, it's actually like Airbnb is heavily regulated. So you can actually go rent out an Airbnb with some degree of confidence because it has to pass like a hotel inspection in order to be a thing. It can't just be some person renting out a room they may or may not have and then they charge you $1,000 for cleaning fees. No, like they have to be super upfront about things and adhere to like hotel laws. But they do exist, and we ended up staying in like this apartment that had been sectioned off into multiple pieces. Let me now that we have arrived in Japan, let me tell about the cool things that I learned, or just the things I learned in general, right? Smart toilets. Holy moly. I think there were only 2 toilets in the entirety of the trip. Like I didn't even use some of these toilets. If I was just walking in a bathroom like wash my hands or something, like I only saw 2 toilets out of the probably hundreds that I encountered. Not that I was seeking out toilets, it just, my God. There were just almost all of them were like smart toilets that had like the buttons on the side that would like have like the auto bidet kind of features, or there were literally even some of them that would be like, that would, if they detected audio, they would play. Like if they detected sounds in the bowl, they would like start playing nature sounds. So it's like, here's the sound of a forest. I'm like, I'm trying to poop. I don't know. Smart toilets have heated seats. I didn't know this when I first sat down in one. I almost jumped 3 feet in the air. And just like the hot cans that come out of vending machines, they're like just hot enough that if it were any hotter, it would be scalding. But no, it's like the perfect temperature. So after I got used to it, I'm just like, my God, these toilet, like, yeah, sitting on a warm toilet, kind of gross. Sitting on a hot toilet, interesting experience to say the least. Yeah, I have a note here for convenience stores, like everything ranging from sandwiches to onigiri to bentos to everything. We actually, like, there was a washing machine in the Airbnb we were staying at, and we actually brought like this little bottle of like Tide detergent with us because we were told that like Japanese detergents were kind of weak or were kind of weird, right? Turns out they're Tide, I think, it's like completely incompatible with Japanese washing machines. They're just different. Yeah. They're just completely different. They I don't know, go through like a different wash cycle kind of thing. And like washing machines, yes. Dryers, no. You kind of always hang up your clothes to dry. Uma, did I lose you? Okay, no,
I'm here.
You didn't blink for a few seconds. I'm like, are you still there? Okay.
Sorry, I'm just processing all of this fascinating information.
Yeah. So, like, we ended up buying like detergent powder from like Lawson, and it did the trick. It kind of made the clothes feel a little starchy, but like if you just rolled it up a bit, it kind of, I don't know, just alleviated that kind of feeling. But it was interesting. Like, convenience stores had everything, and on top of that, they had like right next to the coolers, they had like a warmer, I guess, just full of like hot, like like you see them in like rotisserie chicken places, but not really a whole lot more than that. But you can get hot drinks, like the same hot drinks you can get out of vending machines, all lined up in a row. Like you can get that vitamin hot lemonade kind of stuff from them as well. They had this meal at Family Mart called the 4 Heavenly Kings, and it was like a tonkatsu meal served 4 different ways.
That's a fancy name for
another thing, most everything in Japan closes at 10 unless it is a late night restaurant or an arcade or a convenience store. Convenience stores are open 24 hours, but you pretty much need to plan your day around everything being closed at 10. It's interesting, but I guess places open earlier. I don't know. We actually ran into some issues where like places didn't open until like the afternoon in some place, but I'll get to that. Umbrellas are stupidly cheap. Like, it rained one of the days we were there, and I bought an umbrella for like $2.50 US, and it was one of the best umbrellas I've ever used. Like, really? Durable, high quality components, and if it ever like blew inside out, you could like reset it. It was like stupidly good for the price, and the fact I couldn't take it back with me because it didn't fit luggage or couldn't be taken as carry-on like broke my heart. It was one of the best umbrellas I've ever used.
So it's not like one of those like extendable umbrellas. It's like
no, it was a full-on. It was a full-on umbrella, but I literally used it as a walking stick one day, and it took it. It did not bend. It did not yield. A $2.50 umbrella. What the heck? Yeah. One thing to note, every single day we did so much. We walked so many places. We actually, in our group at least, we were having difficulty like standing by the end of most days, just because of how much walking we did. It was kind of nuts. Trash is done really weirdly in Japan. Trash is either considered combustible. Okay. So this is one of those cases where it's this way unless it isn't. I'm going to say this a few times, but trash is either combustible or non-combustible. Non-combustible, I guess, would be what you would expect to be recyclable. Stuff like cans or bottles or specific types of paper, I guess. Everything else is considered combustible. I don't know. Do they burn it? Do they actually burn it? Do they process the trash in a different way? I don't know, but everything is marked with like a fire symbol or a fire with an X through it. And there'll be like different trash cans for this. Combustible trash. So like the normal kind of trash. So if, let's say you got a candy wrapper, or if you ate a piece of food that had plastic wrapping it, that's considered combustible. And combustible trash cans are extremely rare in public. Like open combustible trash cans, you just don't see them unless you're in like the bougiest area.
Really?
Yeah. Most times you'd actually have to like go, like if I bought a sandwich from like Family Mart or something, and I ate like we like something to note is it's considered pretty rude to like eat or drink when you are walking in Japan. But if you stand still outside of like a convenience store when you eat it, as long as you're not a delinquent or are like loitering, they're like A-okay with that. And there's even like a little curb that you could stand on to like wait or eat or something when you've just purchased something from a convenience store. I'd buy like an egg salad sandwich from a Family Mart, and I'd have to actually go in and be like, excuse me, where is the trash can? That kind of thing. And then they'd like pull it out from behind the counter, and you'd be able to throw the wrapper away. But there was technically no self-serve trash can. I think after a few days, the employee just left the trash can out for us because we consistently kept coming back for breakfast at that one Family Mart. But a lot of times it's just not publicly accessible.
That's
sitting
really
areas.
weird.
Sitting areas in public are almost non-existent.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not like what, like an anti-homeless measure or something like that?
I have no idea. But there's just a lack of sitting in most places. Like, again, the bougiest area, maybe in like a bougie mall, has like a bench that 3 people can sit on. And I'm like, you kidding me? Like our entire group couldn't even sit on one bench. It was kind of nuts. But they kind of don't exist. But I guess people can sit on the floor. And I guess if you're a tourist, you can get away with that. I don't know.
Huh.
But like, you do a lot of walking when you are sightseeing or just doing stuff in Japan, I guess. And just not a whole lot of places to sit, honestly. Let's see. Right, so there is a ancient sort of like custom, I guess. When you walk up the stairs to go to a shrine in Japan, you walk on the left side. And it's sort of just established in belief or scripture or something that when you move forward, you move on the left. And so when you go up the stairs to a shrine, you walk on the left. And when you go down, you also walk on the left. So you keep the area clear, right? And the center is supposedly kept open so the gods have a place to walk or something like that.
Interesting.
And I believe this is why it's like carried over into like, you drive on the left in Japan. And I believe that's one of the reasons why. But you would think people would walk on the left side of the street, right? Because there's like big wide open sidewalks and walking areas on everywhere. Like Tokyo, super walkable. But you would think people would walk on the left and stick to the left. And you kind of do, unless you don't. It's really weird because sometimes you see arrows on the ground that contradict this. And then 100 feet later, you see arrows on the ground that contradict that. Especially in train stations. Oh my God. Like going up and down the stairs in train stations, you always have to pay attention to whether or not just follow the arrows on like the stairs that you're going up and down. And even if there's arrows, doesn't matter. Some people will just ignore them, especially the old people. I don't know. It's kind of nuts, but walk on the left unless you don't. It's one of those. In the Tokyo Metro, so specifically the subway system, every single stop has its own "the door is closing" jingle that plays. It's so cool. I kind of want to hold a stream someday where I have like a death match between the different station jingles for the Tokyo Metro. Yeah, no, I quite liked the, we heard the jingles for the areas around our stations quite frequently, the stations we passed through or gone on and off at, but some of them just hit different. Man, I'm gonna have to find it again, but there was just, I think the Kanda Shrine one was such a cool jingle. Yeah, but yeah, maybe I'm sure train enthusiasts have uploaded the jingles somewhere, so I'll have like a death match between the various Japan Metro, the Tokyo Metro jingles or something. Japan Railways does trains in the city as well, but a lot of them are mostly above ground. Their jingles are like line dependent.
Interesting.
Keisei, and I don't think Keisei does anything special with theirs. KO has every single train or every single conductor has their own jingle. I don't know, but like I actually sat down with the people in my party and we're like, hey, what do you think is the logic behind the jingle of this particular line we're on? And it's kind of cool. But again, we were able to just use like our Suica cards or our iPhones to sort of like tap into any of these. So we got to use whatever line was most convenient to us at the time. It's so cool. Oh, let's see. Commercials on TV or on ads that play in taxis or in trains. Like there are like monitors in trains that play ads and stuff. They never tell you to go to a website. They tell you to Google a term. I just thought that was interesting. Because it's like at the end of the commercial, it's like, plug this search term into Google and you'll find us. I'm like, that's interesting. Japan vending machine tier list. Maybe I will do that. Because I didn't take a picture of the vending machines per se, but I took a picture of the stuff that I ate and drank out of the vending machines. I might even just do an entire stream based on like that, because there were some really enjoyable drinks there. Yeah, I mentioned that vending machines, you could see multiple from any one place. Crazy variety, different array of drinks, finding more and more unique drinks. Yeah, like over the course of the trip, I had a ton of drinks, but I like did not repeat any drink ever. Like I might have had a coffee latte multiple times, but never ever by the same company, which is kind of cool. Can sizes are small, sometimes too. Coin lockers. All right. So with how walkable everything is and how like easy it is to get from point A to point B in Japan, like it's not like you could just leave stuff in your car when you go shopping, or if you have like a jacket or something that you need to put away or something. So malls and train stations literally just have like these big lockers that you could rent out for the day and just shove your stuff into.
Oh, that's convenient.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was thinking, like, why don't we have these in the West? I'm like, of course, everyone has their own car. You just leave your stuff in the car, which I guess is...
I mean, even doing that sucks.
Yeah, the locker's kind of neat. Yeah, and I guess in turn, malls were thriving. Absolutely thriving. So, like, malls in the US in particular, you go to them, and it's like a ghost town. Unless it's, like, the one mall in the big city with, like, that everyone travels to go to because of how disappointing like your local mall is. Like malls are absolutely thriving because like you don't need to drive out to go to them. They're literally like a stop away from wherever you're going when you're traveling.
How do these malls, like in terms of layout, kind of compare to like Western malls? Because when you say mall, the first thing that comes to mind is like giant buildings surrounded by like concrete desert for automobiles to park, and then like, you know, 2-level like chain stores and all that kind of stuff. Is it similar?
Most malls that I were in, so I can't speak for like every mall in Japan, but most malls I were in were 4 or more stories tall. I think the mall with the most stories I was in was like 11 stories tall.
Huh.
And I would say that in the malls, like the conventional mall kind of things, the layout was pretty similar. Maybe like the you know how like the way malls were built. Like imagine like a big mall or something. You know how there's like that like hub area and then it shoots off in multiple directions into like different wings. Yeah. Maybe like each floor of the mall would be maybe a wing or 2 in size, but not like the footprint would not be that big actually, because they build super vertical. Right. They build super vertical, and there's like no wasteland of parking spots because people don't park. If there's parking, there's like a parking garage nearby, but people just take subways to them, take trains. It's just so it's difficult to overstate how incredibly present and prevalent trains were in daily life. I loved it. You for like $2 US, you can go anywhere in Tokyo. Absolutely crazy.
Man, I would love that.
Absolutely crazy. Yeah. There was one. Yeah. So most of the time we stayed in Tokyo. There was one day where we went somewhere else, and even then, it was like a $4 ride on the train. It was nuts. It was absolutely crazy.
So cheap.
Yeah, and like again, the crazy thing is that they're all privately owned and they work like clockwork. Although something kind of funny was there was one line we were on. Like JR is surprising, like Japan Railways, their trains are surprisingly, they will like the sort of like interior monitors that show like the train status and like commercials and stuff. When they weren't showing commercials, they would show like statuses, and they're like, oh, this train is 2 minutes late because of X. And the Japan JR lines were surprisingly verbose about why their train was late. So
you know why?
Why?
There's actually a historical reason for this. At least I'm pretty sure.
Oh, really?
It's JR.
Yeah, tell me why.
So I think it was like 20 or so years ago, there was an absolutely like devastating train crash that happened in Japan on like one of those trains. I'm pretty sure it was under JR's management. And a big reason that like disaster happened was because the conductor of it was trying desperately to keep the train on schedule when delays were happening. So he was going too fast around like a bend or something like that, and the entire train came derailed. And ever since then, like the entire like railway industry in Japan as a whole has like really like taken that, you know, very seriously.
That accountability kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so now if delays happen, you know, it sucks, but you know,
it wasn't just that. It wasn't just that. But yeah, like nowadays Japan Rail in general is like one of the safest and like most well maintained in the world. But by verbose, I mean literally they'd be like, this train is 2 minutes late because bamboo fell on the track. I'm like,
but wait, there is historical reason for all that.
Like, imagine being the guy pulling the like levers and switches and pressing the, oh man, today we gotta press the bamboo fell on track button that auto translates into 20 languages. Like bamboo fell on tracks. There was one that was like, a bonfire has been set too close to the tracks or something. I'm like, what? Or like maintenance, or like some person dropped something onto the track or something. Like they were very like open about what the problem was, which was,
I mean, I suppose they need to be when it's such like an important part of, you know, daily life out there.
Yeah, but it was just funny seeing, oh, why is our train late? Wait, does that actually say bamboo fell on track? Well, okay. Yeah, mall's actually thriving. Oh,
I mean, if you catch me driving around with Google Maps open and there's traffic, you know, sometimes they'll say like there's stuff in the road. So
interesting.
As opposed to like a train crash, or not train crash, car crash. Wouldn't that be unfortunate?
Yeah. All right. So, secondhand goods are insanely well kept. I don't think items of poor condition are accepted usually. Like the level of quality for what is considered used is kind of crazy. And like there are a lot of secondhand stores, consignment shops, and like especially like anime used goods stores. They were incredibly well kept, insanely well kept. Tax-free is an option that you can invoke as a non-Japanese citizen in some places. If you spend more than, I think it was 5,500 yen, so about maybe 45 bucks US. Yeah, I don't know what the recent exchange rate is. I hear the yen actually dived again, so like your exchange rate is even better now. But if you spend over a certain amount and the store supports it, you actually can invoke this sort of like thing where you show your passport and they'll just cut the tax off of it entirely. You just don't pay tax on it. And
crazy.
Yeah, it's considered.
I mean, I guess
considered duty-free.
I guess it's because they make so much already from like, you know, tourists in general.
Yeah, I won't even pretend to understand how like global economics works or how duty-free factors in, but like as long as it's a non-consumable good, you don't have to pay taxes on it. And if it is a consumable good, they'll wrap it in a special type of plastic that says do not open until you return to your country of origin, kind of thing. It's interesting because I know a friend of mine bought like this Hatsune Miku Racing Miku branded energy drink and got it in like a big tax-free order, and it was wrapped in this like ominous plastic. I was like, do not unwrap kind of thing. And I think they just want to put it on display. I don't think they ever intend on drinking it. Let's see. Yeah, but like it saved me quite a few dollars in some places. Do you know that like Pikachu branded like Anchor charger?
Yes.
There was an Anchor store in one of the malls I went to, and I bought it duty free there, and it saved me like $20 US. It was insane. Yeah,
no
but I have like a little Pikachu themed Android charger. It has like little lightning bolts and like the silhouette of a Pikachu on the side and like a yellow charging cable. Yeah, it's cute. They had a Raichu one that was like significantly more expensive, but would apparently be able to power gaming laptops on it. It was nuts. and there was like a little one with Pichu branding designed for like, oh, you just need to charge your phone like slowly. You don't want to use the fast charging. It's kind of cool. Rating systems, right? You might be shocked, but if you look at like the Google like star ratings on establishments, you'd realize that they're like weirdly low. That's because like I believe just Japanese culture in general, they've decided that if it's a perfectly average thing, they're going to rate it 5 out of 10. It's got to be like, I don't know, like you win the lottery, or like how do I put? Yeah, I'm just gonna outright say it. It's literally got to be like the second coming of Jesus Christ for it to get like full stars. I don't get it.
So basically, there's just brutal honesty.
Yeah, like if you look at the ratings, just like a perfectly acceptable experience, half stars, and I'm like, oh, perfect average. I see. So like a restaurant we went to was like 3 stars, and we're like, oh, is that any good? And then we realized, wait a second, this is like the best reviewed yakiniku restaurant in the city. We're like in the ward, and here it is sitting at 3.5 stars. And we're like, well, interesting. A lot of something else I noticed is a lot of places just aren't registered on Google as like restaurants. There was like another app that my friend was using where like people self-report the restaurants they go to, and it has way more hits in terms of like restaurants than like Google does, because like on Google you need to like, the business needs to report itself to show up on there. Yeah, so like on Google Maps, we type in like, we want to look for food, type it in, and be like, oh, there's not very much. But then my friend pulls out his app and says, oh, no, they just don't show up on there because they don't. And we had like this amazing ramen to eat from like a hole in the wall kind of restaurant run by like one chef and like this energetic dude who was like, hi, 1 serving kind of thing, right? But in Japanese, of course, because I don't remember how to say 1 serving. But he sure as hell was saying it. Yeah, rating systems, yeah, like 2.5 stars out of 10 is you're in for a perfectly average experience. That's not bad. Auld Lang Syne is played when a store is closing. Without fail, every single store that we were in around closing time, you could hear them playing Auld Lang Syne. And some stores had different versions of Auld Lang Syne depending. So like one day we were at Tower Records, which is like a music and CD and vinyl kind of store. Big. It was like 11 floors tall. And they were playing this like jazzy city pop version on like the vinyl floor. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. We happened to pass by the K-pop floor on the way down. It was playing like a K-pop arrangement of Auld Lang Syne. I'm like, what the heck? That's insane. That's so cool. Yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah. No tipping, I guess. It should be pretty obvious, or
tipping
pretty well known, but like you just don't tip there. The workers are paid like an actual wage, whatever it may be, but like it's not expected that the sort of like customer has to cover the difference. Food, super cheap. Rather, prepared food is super cheap. My understanding is that like if you go to a grocery store, it's actually quite expensive. Raw ingredients are quite a lot if you want to like actually cook your own food. But if you go to a restaurant, like there was a restaurant nearby called Sukiya, and it was like another Yoshinoya style place, but it was open 24 hours and it had a Demon Slayer collab going on. And for like $2.50, 2 in the morning, we're like, you know what? I want to have another excellent Japanese meal. Go down to Sukiya, $2.50. Get a loaded bowl of like just gyudon, like whenever you want. And it was prepared so fast. I'll talk about it when we actually get there, but yeah, I'll talk about it when I actually get there. But food, if you eat out, you just eat normal food, you don't pay that much at all. In fact, I looked at my budget and I'm like, wait a second. I'm like spending less on food in Japan than I do normally. And I'm eating out for every single meal. And I am not eating normally. No, I am like going ham. I'm going absolutely ham on this. Like, oh, I'll order an entire second entree just because I want to try it, you know, that kind of thing. Oh, for breakfast, why don't I have an egg salad sandwich, a tonkatsu sandwich, and a teriyaki sandwich? Why not? Oh, and a fried chicken on top of that? Yeah, I'll do that. And I'm still under budget. Stupidly under budget for food. It was crazy. Yeah, and like the conversion rate right now is like super favorable for like import countries. So like USD, you can get a lot of bang for your buck there. Right, remember what I said earlier about trash cans for combustible trash being a little hard to find?
Yes.
Everything is plastic wrapped. Everything. I saw plastic wrapped bananas.
Huh.
The bananas have their own wrap. You know, like the peel. Literally, banana peels exist. And it's like, nah, shrink wrapped. Just in case. Like, there was this little package of cheese. Like, cheese isn't like... It's considered like pretty decadent, I guess, in Japan. I'd imagine that a lot of people are lactose intolerant as well. But it still is considered like a delicacy. And I saw this like cheese, this bag of like... It was called, literally in English, I think it just said fancy cheese. And I was like, oh, I want to try some fancy cheese. 200 yen? Easy. And then I realized, oh my God, each little chunk of cheese in here is individually wrapped in plastic. And I did not want to have to worry about throwing away little pieces of plastic all day. So I didn't get it. It's dumb. I didn't want to carry trash with me all day, but whatever. Yeah, but like everything's individually wrapped. It's stupid. Let's see. One thing that surprised me is, yeah, so now it's just like 3 things that surprised me, right? Vending machines or just machines that are designed to give you change are equipped to give you bills back. I was not expecting this because I had like a 5,000 yen bill and there was like a gashapon machine that needed like 100 yen bits, right? So I was like, oh, I'll just buy something small. Like this vending machine takes 5,000 yen bills. I'll just stick one in, buy something small, and surely it'll give me the rest back in coins, right? No, it gave me back in cash. So I actually didn't end up with enough 100 yen coins to get the gashapon. Yeah, but it's interesting because I was not expecting it. It just went and out of like, you feed the bills in one spot and there's like a second like track underneath where it just spits the bills out. I don't know. I wasn't expecting it to get bills back. You know, usually when you put bills into something, it gives you change in the West. So yeah.
Right.
Another 2, yeah. So the final 2 things I was surprised by are how little public smoking there was and how many places accepted credit card. Because for years I've been told by people, oh, I love being back in this area because in Japan, so many people are smoking in public and they don't do anything about it. Restaurants have smoking sections and it gets everywhere. It's terrible.
Really, I've never heard of that. Granted, I've never been.
Yeah, no, and a lot of places would be like cash only. Japan is a cash society, right? And
never heard that either.
oh, well, the thing is, that was true until the Olympics happened. And they like rapidly were like, everyone should take card. Everyone should take IC card. Yeah, something kind of cool is you could load your train IC card as if it were a credit card, as if it were a debit card. Just load it with debit and just tap at the like payment terminal at like 7-Eleven or something, and they just give it works. It goes beep, Suica accepted. It just does it.
Your train card really is your life.
Exactly. Yeah, and like it felt very convenient to have an iPhone that had the sort of like special chip in it, just because it was like, wow, I can load it whenever I need and just tap anywhere and it pays. I got blindsided twice by places that didn't accept card or Suica, and yeah, it was like one secondhand shop and like one card shop in Akiba did not accept credit card. And it kind of blindsided me. So it was a good thing I had friends with me that had like extra cash on them. Because here I was awkwardly standing up at the register, barely able to explain that, oh, I'm here to check out in Japanese. And then they motion at me like, we don't accept card. I'm like, no. I was like, oh, is it okay to use card? And they're like, nope. I'm like, no. Yeah, but saved my bacon. It's good to have some cash on you for sure. But most places, at least in Tokyo, have the ability to accept card. And in terms of smoking, apparently smoking was much more widespread. Now there's like dedicated smoking like lounges or shops set up specifically where smokers go, because it's technically illegal to smoke on the street now, which is cool. Didn't have to deal with smoking all that often. I am told that that's mostly a Tokyo thing about the smoking, though, because another friend of mine who stayed a little longer went to Osaka for a little bit, and he said smoke everywhere, unfortunately.
Gross.
At least in Tokyo, like, not much smoking and cards. So convenient. Yeah, so now let me blast through my journey, because I've just talked about the things I've noticed, right? So that was like night 1, we get back. Day 2, we went to Odaiba, which is this interesting sort of like ward of Tokyo that is kind of like oddly separate. It's on like this little separated island kind of thing. I get the feeling that a lot of those anime where it's like, this school is built on an artificial island, blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, you're talking K, you're talking Index, you're talking Strike the Blood.
way I love Dead Man Wonderland.
Yeah, Dead Man Wonderland. It's probably just Odaiba, if I'm going to be honest. But I don't think Odaiba is man-made. I think it's mostly natural, but like it is a huge commercial center. And what's strange is from where we were, it was actually faster to take a taxi there than it was to take a train.
Really?
Yeah, which was like the one time where it actually was different, because where we were, we had to go to like a more central station. Like our station was like on the intersection of like one very convenient line, but that line did not go to Odaiba. So we would need to technically go to like another station and transfer to another service and get to Odaiba. But we ended up just splitting the taxi for that. And I think one person in particular might have just been, nah, I want to ride the taxi instead of taking the train for this, blah, blah, blah. I might have to pester them to make sure I can pay my share of the taxi fare. But yeah, we went to Odaiba, first of all, to see Tokyo Big Sight. Yeah, so a bit of explanation then. One of the big reasons that this trip was put together with this particular group of people was because of Love Live, actually. Yeah, several of the people. Yeah. Hey, I didn't say we weren't. This is real VTuber hours, okay? I eagerly await the coming of the of those VTuber Love Live girls that they announced just a little while ago. Yeah. No, but Tokyo Big. Yeah. So the third, I believe it's the third. Yeah, the third Love Live series, Nijigasaki, takes place entirely in Odaiba, and one of the cool things they've done are they're like, this famous building in Odaiba is a school. This famous building in Odaiba is something else. And they take these like famous locations and are like, okay, this is a central plot point in one way or another. And they sort of just molded Odaiba into what they needed things in the show to be. And it was really cool. And there was a concert happening called, in Odaiba that weekend, based around the Nijigasaki subunit called Azuna. Notably, one of the members is Tomori Kusunoki, tremendously talented voice actress and performer. She was one of like the OGs in the Nijigasaki project back when it was just like mobile game before the anime came out, and regrettably, due to some sort of like unfortunate physical condition, she's not able to really like perform on stage anymore. And this was like her last concert in character. And yeah, and a friend of ours got like lottery, like there was a lottery done for this, and they got tickets enough that we were able, like a few people directly in the group like lotteried themselves and they got in with their tickets, but there were a few extras floating around, and I ultimately went on this trip because I got one of those extra tickets. And
that's really lucky.
Man, being able to watch like Tomori's last performance as Setsuna was just really cool, because my own personal Love Live story, I guess, is I was super into like the OG Love Live, like School Idol project back in the day. And I kind of shied away from the series after that, mainly as like a self-defense mechanism, probably to prevent myself from buying merch. We all know what happened to that. But what really got me back into the franchise was just how unique and interesting and like un-idol-like the music in the Nijigasaki project was, especially the Setsuna songs, which is the character that Tomori played. Like, look it up later. Look up Chase by you could either probably type in Setsuna or Kusunoki Tomori and you'll find it. But it is just such a cool song, and it sounds so different than anything else the series really had at the time, and even still has to some extent. And it is honestly that performance that got me back into the series as hard as I am now.
Dang.
Yeah, and being able to sort of just see her off, I guess, was just it was a really great experience. Yeah, unfortunate that it had to end like this, but yeah, what can you do? It's just some unfortunate physical thing. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that morning, yeah, back to food though. That morning I had a Famichiki, which is the Family Mart fried chicken, and I had a sampler pack of Family Mart sandwiches, specifically tonkatsu, potato salad, egg salad, and chicken teriyaki, all in one package. This cost me 313 yen. That's like $2.30. That's super cheap. That is so cheap. Yeah. My pictures of those are awful, but I didn't know that. We took the taxi into Odaiba, and we went to take a look at Tokyo Big Sight, which is technically, yeah, let me get a picture up on screen. They took Tokyo
we love
Big
Comic
Sight.
Cat.
Yeah, exactly. This is where the big comic market festival takes place every year. And there it is, Tokyo Big Sight, my own photo of it. They somehow converted this into the setting, the school setting of Love Live Nijigasaki. And
really?
Yeah. They did some really cool stuff. Like I will link you some pictures later, but if you look up like Odaiba Love Live, you'll see like all kinds of pictures. They're like, oh, this famous hotel was this person's apartment. Oh, this famous building over there was like a school. This building over there is also a school. This building over here is like a sports complex. But they're all just like famous buildings in Odaiba. And Odaiba's got a lot of interesting looking buildings like that.
Yeah, I've seen pictures.
This is like a massive convention center where they somehow just suspend everyone up in the air for some reason, and there's like a big flat area inside. Apparently there was like some job expo going on where it was like, get a job. In fact, the taxi driver was like thinking that we were trying to go to the event and was trying to explain through like Google Translate that we can't get jobs. It was funny. Yeah, like it's not for you. No, he was like, you guys understand, there's no event here today for you, right? Yeah, whatever. We went there, we took some pictures, and we immediately went over to Odaiba Gamers, which is a store, just like technically a game store or an anime game store that's pretty prevalent in the otaku areas of Japan. But Gamers, this one in particular is actually, you know what? Every Gamers we went to was probably like very Love Live influenced, because I think they're like Love Live is like a big sponsor, or vice versa. But basically this particular Gamers was like, this is the Love Live Nijigasaki Gamers. And that character I mentioned earlier, Setsuna, is like the honorary series representative of the Odaiba store, and like, yeah, like that is the sign, Odaiba Gamers, and it's that character like running the store. And apparently if it wasn't so loud and there weren't so many people there, you probably could hear like announcements on the PA being like, thanks for coming to Odaiba Gamers, this is Setsuna from Love Live Nijigasaki, stuff like that. But like a few of the ones we went to actually had those kinds of things. But they had, it was like super Love Live themed, and there was like a bunch of Love Live merch, and a lot of my friends bought a bunch of stuff there. I bought a lot of stuff there too.
I can imagine.
Yeah. After that, we went into this mall kind of area, that was nearby. And this was the mall that had this thing called Joyopolis in it. Joyopolis being a indoor amusement park kind of thing. And I was like, oh, can't be that exciting, right? It's actually like kind of like a very futuristic arcade, and like you pay a ticket to get in, you can go to the arcade areas and that kind of stuff, but like the rides and everything else are like an additional ticket I ended up not getting. But I just like the atmosphere was very interesting. I was able to see a bunch of interesting stuff. Like for instance, they had like roller coasters and stuff, but specifically because this is like Joyopolis, it's fashioned after future, it's the future. All of the rides were like very interactive. I'll see if I can, I think I have a picture of it later, but there was like a half pipe kind of like ride that you would get on, and you'd kind of like stand on this little like skateboard kind of thing that was like attached to like an arm that swung back and forth. And if you wanted to sort of like, the arm swung to the beat of a song that was playing, and you wanted to like stomp on the board to make it flip, like rotate in the air, to the beat of the song, and you would be scored by points. And there's like, you can even sign in, and there's like top scores, and your name will be on like a leaderboard or something. It's kind of crazy. But I encountered my first crane games, or quote unquote crane games, like UFO catchers.
No,
when I was
the money
here.
sinks.
Yeah, the money sinks. Let me see if this picture is safe. I think it is. Hey Spirit. Yeah, speaking of gamers, let me tell you about the first arcade, the first one I tried doing. I didn't take a picture of the entire machine itself because I'm dumb, but I took a picture of the prize right before I won it. That is the little shark character, Odekake Kozame. Odekake Kozame. He's like this little webcomic character by a Japanese comic creator called Penguin Box. And it's just this little shark kid that goes on adventures, and he has like this little knapsack that he carries with him. And I love Odekake Kozame. I follow Penguin Box on my personal Twitter. And man, it's just this wholesome little webcomic about this little shark going on adventures. And
cute.
I always wanted an Odekake Kozame plush, but like importing plushes from Japan is like really expensive. So pardon me, importing plushes is really expensive. So yeah, can't stick around for too long, but I hope you're all having a great day. All right, yeah, I'm talking about my trip to Japan right now. Yeah, definitely check it out because it's super interesting. But yeah, Odekake Kozame is well, I wanted a plush, but it was just like it's really expensive to import a plush. So I was like, I might as well just get my own. So I probably spent about 1,500 yen, like very, very like maybe $12 in total to win this one. Crane games in Japan are just like these kind of like claw games, just the games where you like put coins in and like try grabbing a prize, are different than they are in the West. It's not like you can win it in one shot. Usually you have to, it's like an iterative process. Actually, yeah, let me put the shark back on the let me put the shark back on screen. Let's see, is this a safe picture? I think it is. Yeah, it's like a lot of mirrors, but nothing is showing. What? Here's another one. Do you see how the shark plush is like between these bars? You kind of need the claw machine to shimmy the plush. Like the bars are angled in such a way that there's like they're not perfectly parallel. They sort of are wider on one side than they are the other, and the plush is usually sitting on the thin side when you start. And it is iterative. You need to iterate to get whatever prize you're trying to get down to the wide part, and then trying to like poke them through by using the claw. It probably will take 5 to 10 plays in the hands of a master to win it. And you know, if you're playing like super optimally, and you have to like you win bit by bit. So yeah, you kind of can expect to win within a certain threshold. And if you do really badly for long enough, it is actually in like the employees will pay attention to who's playing the machines. If they notice you spent more than a certain amount and haven't won the prize, they will like start assisting and will like open up the machine and like put it in a more optimal position until eventually you've paid more than the value of the thing, and it's just like, okay, yeah, they pretty much just put it in such a way that you got to be like ultra bad to not get it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I've seen people play the online kind of version of it.
Yeah, exactly. But if you just do so badly for so long, they'll just give it to you. So as long as you have good rapport with the employees, you should be good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's see. So yeah, I got Orikake Kozame as my first one.
Very nice.
Yeah, and plenty more. This might have been the only one I took a picture of when I was getting it from the machine. Oh well. But yeah, let's see. Oh, I have a picture of that half pipe. Let me put that up there. There we go.
Make sure you're drinking water after all this talking, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Do you see that? Do you see that little platform the person is standing on?
Mm.
There's like a little skateboard attachment like on the bottom, and by stomping the board, it flips, and the goal is to like hit like certain colored notes on the side. Do you see like that scoring thing up in the upper right? That limit break 1080? That person did like a Tony Hawk half pipe trick kind of thing. Yeah. And
that's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So because of the light levels and the contrast, you can't really see what's on the screen, right? Let me see if I can let me see if I can get, yeah, here's a picture. Joyopolis was doing a collaboration at the time with this probably familiar group, with Hololive. Actually, it was just blasting Hololive music, and like the PVs, like when you go play, it shows you like a selection of songs that you can pick, and everyone on the machine, like on the ride, votes for it, and that it's like song selection for multiple people. It's nuts, because everything in Joyopolis was like turned into a game in like really, really cool ways. Apparently, yeah, so there was that has my name on it, so I can't show it, but there was actually a full dive, quote unquote, a full immersion like VR sort of like arcade thing set up, where there was actually like a big wide open room that was like pretty clear, and you'd put on a harness that we actually paid like the 20 US or 2,000 yens. Honestly, it's only like $15 to like have a play. And you have a 30-minute session where you put on like this harness with like an actual like miniature HP computer on the back, and it has like a VR headset, and you're handed like a assault rifle kind of thing with like mocap dots on it, and you and 5 other people run around this sort of like stage blasting like rogue robots or something. And the game lasts, yeah, kind of like it's as close as you can get to full dive, like that Sword Art Online kind of stuff. But the game we played was like you're in a space station that's been taken over by like a rogue AI, and they did some really cool stuff. And because it was full immersion, you actually could run from point A to point B. You could take cover. You had to be aware of the positions of everybody else, and like you could like use covering fire on them and to like protect them. And it was really cool because like enemies would attack from all directions. There was even like a specific phase where you had to like walk in anti-gravity, and it's just normal flat ground for you, but in the game it looks like you're walking up walls, like Mario Galaxy style. It was really, really cool. Yeah. And
sounds like a lot of fun.
I actually was probably going to get the top score, but it actually glitched. My harness was like acting up, and during like a really critical section where there were like a bunch of kills to get, it just stopped reading my inputs, and I could see my character T-posing like a few feet away from me, and it just was not like was not adapting. So I actually died once, embarrassingly, and until I respawned, I wasn't able to have control of my character anymore, which is unfortunate. But it was cool. Then they had like a variety of different games you can do with this system, and you would sort of like schedule like a time slot to do, and schedule a time slot and just sort of have your 30 minutes of play. I got a pudding flavored ice cream pop from one of the vending machines using my Subway card at the arcade. And we tried a purikura machine, which is like a photo booth that like super beautifies you.
One of those photo booths.
Yeah, it's like a photo booth where it just like uses the beauty filter so hard. It did not know what to do sometimes, so it just slapped like big ol' lips and a smile on my face when it couldn't figure out where my actual mouth was.
Too much blush than you'll ever need in your entire life.
Yeah. Man, I'm looking at the picture now and I'm like, my God, just imagine my eyes like 20 times bigger and a lot of blush.
Ooh woo.
And it played like they were doing like a Spy Family collab, so it was playing like mixed nuts. It was funny. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Here's the pictures. Oh yeah. So I got up on the second floor and took a picture of this stage that they had there. Like they had a pretty serious like stage set up there. There weren't any like stage events that day. But what's notable is, remember how I said like Love Live Nijigasaki is like super built into like Odaiba? This is like the home stage of one of the characters, actually.
Oh.
And they have done like collaboration, like Joyopolis has done collabs with Love Live before. But like this is the actual like main stage that one of the characters has.
That's cute.
You know the girl with the LCD mask?
Yeah.
It's her stage. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Rena's stage is in Joyopolis. Let's see. There were like several other floors. There was like, I think some kind of like Hall Live, maybe meet and greet on the third floor using like some kind of like remote communication technology or something. I don't know. All I know is that there was a line on the third floor just looping over and over and over again. So we didn't do anything up there. But they had like a full-sized like Levi from Attack on Titan statue up there. They had like an Attack on Titan pseudo VR kind of game where you can like blast titans with guns. I'm fairly certain Attack on Titan lore is like you can't do that, but whatever. Let's see. Apparently there was like a pseudo Legoland in the area too. We didn't go to Legoland.
Really?
We didn't go to Legoland, but we did see this like giraffe with like super purikura lips here, made out of Lego, like outside of Joyopolis. Yeah. Wakarimasu. Oops. There you go. Goodbye, giraffe. From there, we went to Diver City, which is like one of the biggest malls in Odaiba, and it's a really famous one for a number of reasons. Actually, hold on a second. Something I thought was kind of neat was each ward of Tokyo, I think, had a different design manhole cover for like their access. So I think
you get some pretty fancy manhole covers.
Yeah. I think that says Tokyo something.
Tokyo something.
Yeah, Tokyo something. But rainwater? Yeah, I think this is one of the rainwater wells. Maybe this was the Odaiba specific one, or maybe this is just the Tokyo one. But it looked cool. It was pretty neat. We went to Diver City, and here's a... Yeah, let me not get too many randos in here. Okay. This is one of the things that makes Diver City so unique. That is, in fact, like the 1-to-1 scale Unicorn Gundam standing outside.
Oh, yeah. The Gundam!
Yeah. During the day, it doesn't do a whole lot, but at night, there's like light shows, and it lights up and it plays like Hiroyuki Sawano music or like famous music from other parts of the Gundam franchise.
I believe the Gundam plays live music right for us.
Not quite. Oh, man, if it was the Gundam playing the music, that would certainly be something. All right.
Technology has come so far.
There is a closer view, but this mall had like 9 floors. 9 floors. It was very tall.
Ah, I see.
Very tall. And it had a bunch of like exclusive kind of like stores inside. Also, remember how I said that? Yeah, again, harkening back to Love Live Nijigasaki being very intertwined with the lore of Odaiba. These stairs are another character's signature stage. Do you see that sort of like setup that they have there with like yeah, there was some like male idol group performing there later in the day, but like you can actually see performances on these stairs. This is Setsuna's, the Tomori character's home stage. These are the stairs of Diver City. Kind of cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
Really cool that like just like kind of a mundane spot can be a stage like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have some more pictures of that stage, more pictures of the Gundam. There was like a big, not super interesting, I guess, but I might as well just show it. They had a bunch of the lights and the like audio sort of setup things, sort of like at the base of the Gundam underneath this mesh. I'm guessing it was like very finely tuned so that when it's time to do the performance, it sort of displays the right stuff. No one ever takes a picture of the Gundam's butt, so I was like, here's a picture of what here's a picture of the Gundam's butt. It's surprisingly detailed, and there's like LED lights in the like jetpack kind of thing, but no one ever takes a picture from behind, and it's like really detailed. Like there's a lot going on.
That is a very nice giant metal butt.
Let's see. Diver City is famous for having a ice cream / cotton candy shop, like right when you walk in. I like the food court. Here's a picture of the special cotton candy that they got there. They're big. These are like bigger than like way bigger than your head. These are like really big.
Yeah, those look enormous.
Yeah. There is like a random bystander like nearby, but they have like a kid, so I'm not gonna include that picture. But like those are huge. Like you probably could not wrap your arms all the way around one if you were trying to like not touch the edges. They are. I feel like I'd
take like 2 chunks out of one and be like, this is too much sugar for me, and die.
Possibly. Oops. Let me get that screenshot properly. Here is another view from the same spot, but directly straight up in the air, just to give you a sense of how tall this mall is. That goes quite a ways up. A lot of stories. The ceiling is black. It does not go into the inky blackness above. It's just
I mean, if it did, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, but yeah. Something cool that this particular mall had is it is the biggest Gundam base in Tokyo, or in Japan. It's big. I think it's the biggest in Japan. I don't think there's any larger ones, but it's this humongous store that's just nothing but like showcases of Gundams, and like they hold live events here. There's like exclusive Gundams you can't buy anywhere else, or just like mobile suits you can't buy anywhere else. Sorry, I know the Sazabi isn't a Gundam. Come on. Yeah, but I was actually pretty wary of taking pictures in this place because they are super against people taking pictures of merchandise there, because they don't want people telling how much stock they have left of particular things, because some of the items they have here are like pretty limited, and they want word of mouth to be the like big driver for this kind of thing. And let's see, is this picture safe? I think it's safe. They had signatures from Tomino in a glass case with a few messages. It was kind of cool. And at the time, I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe they got the guy who made Garzy's wings signature. So cool. Yeah, and they had all kinds of like Gundam model kits and just things on display that were not like you would not normally see these kinds of things. So like here's Gundam Ariel, like not life size, but like a human sized figure of Gundam Ariel from Witch of Mercury. They had like a studio in one corner where they could actually like take like do like interviews or like podcasts or like episodes of whatever Gundam thing they do on their YouTube channels. And they had like a museum of just these like really cool set up like Gundam models and dioramas and stuff. Like, wow, that's so cool. Just imagine it being your job to make these things for Gundam Base.
That'd be insane.
Yeah.
That takes like insane sculpting skill, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they had some exclusive this was one of the exclusive Gundam. It's not a Gundam. I'm sorry. It's a mobile suit. I know I've been yelled at about it before, but this is like a Sazabi real grade, I believe, but it has like transparent armor kind of stuff. This is like one of Char's personal Gundams. Not Gundam. Oh my god. You get the idea. But that was like an exclusive one. I actually ended up buying it. Interestingly,
yeah, it looks awesome. The red and the black, those look really nice.
Interestingly, I actually ordered a normal Sazabi before I left in the exact same grade, so I now have two of the exact same kit, but one is a hell of a lot cooler than the other. Yeah. They had like a garden on top of Diver City too, which is kind of cool. Like municipal garden. You can like buy a plot and like take care of it. And there were people growing veggies up on like the top of this mall. Apparently there was like a section that's like not 100% publicly accessible, but there's like a shrine up there and you can actually like pay respects if you're one of the people that has access to that.
Fascinating.
Cool. And if you are probably familiar with Round 1 arcades, one of the biggest arcades I've ever seen up to this point.
How could I not be familiar?
Yeah, but this was like, there was an entire floor of the mall that was pretty much just Round 1s. And then you go up another floor and it's all like sport complexes that were also run by Round 1. If you looked off the roof of the mall too, you could see Cirque du Soleil was setting up nearby. Ooh. Actually, yeah, Cirque du Soleil was in town. Ate lunch rather at this okay, so a tonkatsu set is like a pork cutlet that's been breaded in like panko breadcrumbs. Panko breadcrumbs, that's right. It's not tempura breadcrumbs. And it comes with like some rice, some miso soup, and some shredded cabbage, right? That's a very standard, it's a very standard kind of meal that you can get as like a tonkatsu set, right? Let me show you what I had for lunch that day. It was a special version of that. Gyukatsu. It's beef instead. It's incredibly rare beef that's been breaded tonkatsu style. And you actually have this like little oiled like skillet that you put the meat on if you want to like sear it in real time, or because it's like extremely high grade Japanese like beef. It's not quite Wagyu, but because it is incredibly high grade, you can eat it extremely rare and be safe. You could just eat it rare. And like behind you actually there is there's like a bowl of miso soup. There's like a hot springs egg in the upper middle. There's like curry sauce that you can mix with the rice down below and also dip the meat into, along with 3 different kinds of like dips that you can put the meat in. Oh, it was so good. And it
thank
was like,
God I ate before we did this.
Yeah, oh my God, it was so good. And there was nothing quite like it too. I had tonkatsu again later in the trip, but like, man, gyukatsu, something special. Yeah, delicious. Really good stuff. Yeah, I took a picture of that. I took a picture of this English bag at Daiso. Daiso being like a dollar store.
Yeah.
Or the equivalent of a dollar store. There we go. Fun going out with you. Get used to happiness to have this bag. Yeah. Yeah, but I bought just a lot of like essentials and stuff there. They were so cheap. Yeah. There was a Uniqlo there that had like mannequins that actually were wearing glasses. I've never seen that before. Gundam base.
Of course, the glasses.
Yeah, a friend of mine bought the humongous cotton candy, and I actually had to hold it because they wanted to get a picture with it, but you can only hold it so far out until you can't get a good enough picture, so I held it for them for that. I got a can of strawberry milk. Let's see. Here is the stage at night. Yeah, so we spent a lot of time in that mall. And it was like pretty much nighttime by then. But there is the stage at night. There's a lot of infrastructure there to like light it up and make it look good. But then again, why would you care about the stage when we are clearly here for the Gundam? I posted a picture of the Gundam already on social media when I was away, but it was playing Hiroyuki Sawano music, and there it was. Its horn actually like turned into a unicorn like its namesake. I wonder if I have a picture of that.
Ooh.
Yeah, let's see.
Take the purple and the nice lighting on it.
Yeah. Let's see. Here is, like, here's what it looked like when the music was playing. It like the horn went from a V to like a single horn. Thus the unicorn, I think. Displaying like Hiroyuki-sama no music was playing like an official AMV on like the wall of the mall behind it, like the flat wall. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Still don't know very much about Gundam, but very much a sight to behold. It was very cool. Let's see. On the way back, we kind of were walking. Yeah, we were walking back to the station the long way just to get a bit of a scenic view. There is the Rainbow Bridge. Yeah, actually, did I get any better pictures of it? I think that's fine. Yeah, hold on. There are some people in the shop, but you can't really see much. No one I know, just random Japanese people, but there it is. The Rainbow Bridge in the distance. This is like one of the main ways of getting back into like proper Tokyo from the Odaiba area. Odaiba is like kind of like this fractured little islandy bit kind of thing off the coast in the harbor. It was cool. The Fuji television building was nearby, and it was really weird. It looked like a Bond villain was living on the top floor, because there's like this big spherical thing just suspended between two buildings by like, I don't know if I got any good pictures of it, but it's like just such a weird building, the Fuji television building. Did I get any pictures? Yes I did. During the day when we were up on the roof, I got this picture. Like, what's going on there? Huh? Like, there's like two main skyscraper-y kind of buildings with these thin walkways connecting both of them, and then suspended in the middle is like, what is this? Like, what is this? What is that right there?
My first thought is it like almost looks like an observatory dome, but I don't think that would be it.
Yeah, I'm sure the answer's on the internet. I just haven't remembered to look it up.
What did you say it was called?
Fuji TV building. Fuji TV something. Yeah, I'll look it up later. But yeah, it was lit up at night too in an interesting kind of way. Like here it is from the front. Like the building is like an enigma. Yeah, 100%. The architect probably had a field day with this. Here's what it looked like from the front. Like it's such a thin building, and it has this epic stairway going up into the entry area. I'm like, geez, Odaiba's got some really wacky looking buildings, that's for sure. And you want to know what's the wackiest building of all?
What's that?
Hold on. The Statue of Liberty. Just look at that. Like, come on. What is it doing here?
I mean, I can't laugh too hard. I mean, Vegas is a thing.
Yeah, but for some reason
I feel like it's more in place there than in Vegas. So.
Yeah. That's right. That wasn't even the end of the day. Yeah, that wasn't even the end of the day. We went to a yakitori place. Yakitori place. Specifically specialized. Well, I mean, yakitori is like chicken skewers, right? And we waited quite a while. This was back in like main Tokyo kind of area. And somehow when we arrived, they had like sold out of most of their stuff, but they had weird stuff. Like, hold on. Let's see. This picture is sideways, but you'll get the idea. Like they had some chicken, but you had to get the chicken along with like leeks, yeah, and like mochi and dango with like dipped in soy sauce with like shredded nori over the top, or like liver, or get this, the best damn French fries in Japan. They were so good. They were stupid good. Fries like this, I was not expecting. But like we ate like the menu items that no one else wanted and still had a pretty good time. It was good.
I mean, I'll admit the picture just kind of makes them look like French fries you could get just about anywhere.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm dumb. There was a way better picture here.
Oh, I'm happy to report that the sphere from the Fuji building is an observation.
Okay.
Deck kind of thing.
Interesting. All right.
Or at least the top part of it is. The bottom part of it looks like it keeps sets in it for TV shows.
Interesting. It's an interesting use. Yeah, so there's livers, there's fried chicken kind of stuff in a ginger soup. It was weird. You ordered off an iPad here too. A lot of places seem to have that order off an iPad kind of thing. And I think, yeah, this was one of the most, this was just an interesting thing to see, but Pikachu branded vending machines, pretty neat.
Mom, Pikachu's outside.
Yeah. Oh my god, I might have to speed things up because this is still only the first full day. Next morning, I had corn potage soup out of a vending machine. Yeah. This time that's right, we met up with somebody in Shibuya, but we were not there for very long because we were headed to that concert. But here's that famous crossing way off in the distance. Wait a second. You always see pictures of it. It was actually smaller in person, I think. Smaller in person. But, yeah, that 109 building off in the distance is kind of famous.
Mm-hmm.
This was also kind of cool, too. Well,
it's I'd recognize that intersection anywhere.
Exactly, yeah. And something interesting is, we can confirm that, yeah, this was the actual Shibuya station. We can, and it has this really cool, My Hero Academia mural, I guess. It was actually gone the next day. The next time we went here, it was a different one. I don't know how fast they changed them out, but man, they certainly don't stay up for long.
I mean, it's definitely a prime advertising spot.
Exactly, yeah. And amazingly, if you've played Persona 5, they faithfully recreated the station in Persona 5. Or did they faithfully recreate the station in real life based on Persona 5? We'll never know.
Really makes you think.
Yeah. Here's that one building that you see in anime that has things playing in it. I think that one hacker VTuber got K, I forgot his first name, but K from Nijisanji Japan did his new costume reveal feel quote unquote hacking this billboard when, yeah, it's a famous one. It's a famous one. All right. And flying through stuff. Yeah, we met up with a person. We went back for the we went back for the concert. I had a different brand of actually I had onion soup and I tried an almond milk latte. And they were all right.
Ooh.
Tried W Vitamin Suntory beverage. Suntory, that's another beverage company. I think that's the company that does Boss Coffee. And I got another company called Bourbon that made chocolate milk cocoa. Like hot chocolate.
God, that sounds delicious.
It was terrible. It was terrible, actually. It was... No one in Japan knows how to make hot chocolate. I don't think so. Yeah, it tastes... You know how, if you have, hot chocolate and you add water instead, it tastes, not good? Or not great? Yeah, no, it was not good. It was like water. It was so bad, unfortunately.
Oh, this is so sad. This is tragic.
Yeah, unfortunately, I could not report better news. But there was two concerts happening in the area today in Odaiba. There was Love Live having its Asuna concert and Bang Dream having its 5th live or something. I don't know. Somebody put a Nesoberry on a sign and as for a photo op and then forgot to pick it up. I took a picture because it was lonely. No. Japan has a pretty good track record or culture in returning people's stuff if they find it or leaving it be.
Fair.
So as cool as I think that Nesso is, I'm just gonna leave it be because there's a good chance the person comes back for it.
If you're cold, they're cold. Bring them inside.
I said the exact same thing. All right, but the good Samaritan in me decided to leave it. Way off in the distance, you can see Tokyo Big Sight. On this walking path, and we walked all the way to what was it called? Let's see, there's Ariake Garden was the mall that this venue was built into. Ariake something. Ariake being like Ariake being the area, I think, and Garden being the hotel chain that owns like the complex. And man, there were tons and tons and tons of people who were like just in full like Love Live or Bang Dream gear, kind of just hanging out. It was cool. There were like 5 Terranessos in a stack at one point. It was crazy, and so many people with Ita bags. We grabbed lunch before the concert, and this was $3 at a Nudon shop. $3. Like, food is so cheap, but it was so good. It was so good. And they like
if I wanted to get that same thing here, that would cost me like at least $10.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was not allowed to take a picture of any, like, you weren't supposed to take pictures inside the venue, but it was packed with people. And man, it's actually kind of nuts how it's actually kind of crazy like how in sync people are when they're doing like calls and are doing like waving pen lights around. Like it is.
Oh, are people actually safe to like
yes,
chant now?
They just lifted the restriction. Like the Japanese Bureau of Entertainment just lifted the restriction and was like, hey guys, you can do it at your own discretion. And they announced like a week before the live, hey guys, you're allowed to do this. So everyone was able to cheer, and oh man, it was just such an experience. And people are absolutely crazy when it comes to doing it in sync. Like there are some pretty advanced call outs that people knew. Yeah, no, like food just what a deal. Food continues to just be like such an incredible thing. Is this picture safe? I think it is, yeah. After the concert, we explored the mall area a bit, and they had like this incredible diorama of the entire ward, all of Odaiba, with like these little pushpin looking things where key important things in like Love Live Nijigasaki took place. Like all of Odaiba was decked out in Love Live stuff. Like I'd imagine it's done incredible things to tourism and the economy.
Oh, I bet.
Is the plush actually in the city? Unfortunately not. The plush is representative of that character. The plush is actually based on a box that a character uses to collect suggestions. And I believe that's where the suggestion box was in the anime. And they made a plush based on that box. If I had things my way,
there'd be a giant plushie in every city.
Hey, they had one in Numazu for a little bit, I think. But that was a significantly different part of Japan. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, they had so much cool stuff inside. Yeah, like this whole thing was just decked out with like Love Live stuff. I'd imagine, again, I imagine it's done huge things for the economy, tourism economy. We finally had dinner after the concert at a highly rated okonomiyaki place inside that mall. Actually, just so.
Are we talking like 3 stars highly rated, or 5 stars highly rated, or 10 stars highly rated?
3.5 stars highly rated. It's Japan, so
Ooh,
3.5. Oh, good stuff. So the thing was, they actually had like a little griddle in front of you to like keep it warm, but they specifically were like, the chef will be the one to prepare to get it like 90% of the way, and then we'll bring it to you so it finishes cooking hot in front of you, and that kind of thing. Because like the okonomiyaki and the yakisoba that they had was like immaculate. Yeah, stuff like that. Do I have a picture of the okonomiyaki? I do. Yeah. There was like a moment where the server was like, all right, are you guys ready? And I'm like, ready for what? And then she takes this like thing of mayonnaise, this like this bottle of Japanese mayonnaise, and just sprays that from 6 feet away. And it's like perfect. She like perfectly got the radius of the thing. Like okonomiyaki is like a patty that is made up of like meat, vegetables, and egg. And you coat it with like essentially this like cross between Worcestershire sauce and ketchup and soy sauce. That's pretty thick, and then you squirt mayonnaise on top of it. And normally you do it a few inches above it. Nah. She had a pressurized bottle and was doing it from 6 feet away. I'm like, my God, some kind of COVID restriction? I don't know.
And people say food service is unskilled labor.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It was a show, and we ended up not ordering enough, so we just kept ordering more and ordering more and ordering more. And at this time, this mall, a lot of the places are starting to close down, right? So the only thing that's really considered late night then in this mall is the arcade. They had this arcade in there called Gigo. And now I have to talk a little bit about the history of Gigo and Sega. So Sega,
history lesson.
Yeah, Sega. Yeah, boring time. Sorry, guys.
No, shut up. I love history.
Sega used to be the biggest like physical arcade runner in Tokyo, at least. And they had a bunch of things all around. There were these famous Sega arcades. Like you'd see big, you just see the Sega logo, Sega, and some number that represents which one it is. And they have so many arcades in such a small space that at one point, I think there were actually 5 Sega arcades within like the same block. And they would all, at like high capacity, they would be packed. And they'd all be just loaded with prizes and rhythm gamers and crane games and all kinds of everything you'd imagine an arcade to have, like 5 of them. But over the years, it's been harder and harder to keep like a physical arcade business open. And they started downsizing super hard. And when COVID hit, they actually ended up cutting a lot of their arcades, and they technically pulled a significant amount of their stock out of it. So the arcades are no longer called Sega arcades. They're called Gigo. Get in the gaming oasis. Gigo. And what's weird is they're just Sega arcades. From what I understand, Sega still has a majority stakeholder hold in it, just not enough of a stake in it to put their name on the logo. So they call it something else
Fascinating.
now. They're called Gigos. And there was a Gigo in this mall, in the Ariake Mall. And it happened to be like Emma Verde from Nijigasaki's birthday, and they had a machine full of little Emma Nessa berries, and I kept going until I got one of them. Though one of my friends tried getting a different one out of it, and he ended up spending, no joke, like 4,000 yen on a Nesso that probably would have been 1,000 because he like, I don't know, like the employee kept trying to help, but the claw kept like just pushing the Nesso in the wrong direction. So we ended up like way overpaying for this tiny little Nessa berry. But
that's
like,
so sad.
It has a story. It has a story now, right? All right. The next morning, I had a Wanda coffee. A Wanda? A Wanda coffee. Yeah, the universe said it wasn't meant to be. He eventually got it, but he just held this tiny little plushie and was like, I don't know, man. That's a lot. But the next morning there was actually like this rock climbing gym nearby where we were staying that had a vending machine outside of it. The rock climbing gym was called Granny. I don't know why. Maybe Granite.
Finally, rock climbing for me.
Yeah, but like this tiny little hole in the wall shop was just had an open glass front and was like had every square inch of the walls was covered with little like those nubs that you climb on when you do like rock climbing on artificial walls. And it had a vending machine outside that had coffee, and yeah, it was an Asahi coffee machine. And Asahi coffee, at least this particular one, was called Wanda. I don't know. But I got a cafe au lait from there, which actually had milk in it, so it was pretty good. And I got a citrus and spice craft cola as well, which was really interesting, actually. It tasted like sarsaparilla and like orange. It was actually quite unique as a soda flavor goes. I also tried an Asahi Van Houten cocoa. And it also tasted like water. They can't do cocoa, right? Oh, I took a picture of the vending machine outside of Granny. Actually, you can see you could see the Granny sign behind it. Is the picture safe?
Show me, Grandma. Show me, Grandma.
I just want to double check that the picture is safe. I'm just gonna blur one area. One moment.
Forgive me, chat, for I have muted a sneeze. And
Yeah.
now I'm all like snivelly.
Bouldering
Grandma!
Jim, Granny. For real.
I need to go there.
Yeah, but yeah, no, like the hot drinks were great. Oh yeah, no, that's right. The spiced cola was hot. It was really neat, actually. I thought it was cool.
It actually sounds absolutely delicious.
Today was the day that we went to Tokyo Skytree, which we didn't actually go up into the tower itself, but we did all. Well, it's fine because I've been up towers before, and once you've been up one tower in a city, you've been up all of them. It would have been a good day for going up, honestly, because it was pretty clear. But the main reason we went was because of what was around it. There was all kinds of cool stuff. Let's see. I found like BTS chewing gum in like a novelty candy store that we walked into. Curry flavored Pringles. The Rilakkuma store was there.
Ooh, bear.
Let's see if I can get a picture of that. There we go. Rilakkuma store. It had like a little photo op kind of place and a long line of people get there to try taking their picture.
Nice, cute.
And more pictures of the Skytree. Here is the real reason that we went to that area. Take a look. Kirby Cafe, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Kirby Cafe.
Kirby, my beloved.
Yeah. So this was actually like a permanent. So a lot of cafes in a lot of like character cafes in Japan or collaboration cafes are kind of pop up. They're temporary. They may go into like an existing restaurant's kind of like space and take it over for a bit. Maybe they'll play music, put stickers on the windows, and swap out the menu items just a little bit, or maybe put some merch in the gift shop. Kirby Cafe is a full-on, this is always going to be there kind of thing. And the food is actually like really, really, really good. Let's see. There was actually like, we had to wait for like, this is like a reservation only kind of thing. And we had to reserve like a month in advance to get in because of how much demand there is. But when we were wandering around the area, they had like an ice rink set up in the immediate area outside of the tower. Yeah, like Kirby Cafe is like in the like foot of the tower. It's only about like 100 feet away from the entrance of the like building at the base. But there was like some bushes off to the side, and we saw a vending machine behind the bushes, and we're like, oh my gosh, that one must have some really good stuff. It had Kirin Lemon. It's the only place I found Kirin Lemon the entire trip. Kirin Lemon is like Sprite that is like more lemony, less sugary, but the sugar is honey, and you could taste it. It's super high quality. It's good. Exactly, yeah. But our reservation happened. Kirby Cafe menu, like everything at the Kirby Cafe was like decked out Kirby themed, and like the food was like pretty damn gourmet for what it was. Like lots of Kirby decor. Actually, that's not safe. That has reflection.
Did you get a Kirby burger?
Hell yes.
Yes.
Here it is. I specifically ordered one myself. Oh, wait, I forgot. I can rotate things in.
This is why you're my best friend.
Look at that.
You eat the burger when I cannot.
Kirby burger. Kirby burger. Little omelet that is shaped like the star blocks. This delicious, like, cream of, like, potato stew. Like a Alfredo sauce. And if you notice, the tomato has a little M written on it. It's a maximum tomato.
Yeah. I want it.
Yeah, man, you could actually get the face on the burger. They would sear the burger with a different face depending on which one you wanted. You either could get NES Kirby or you can get modern Kirby, and I ended up getting modern Kirby.
So cute.
What's funny is that the back of that little thing that's sticking out of the omelet portion there, the back says in English, "Do not eat." Yeah. See, I can't put the whole picture because my hand was in it, but here is the each piece of silverware that you eat with has this at the end of it. Little Kirby Cafe emblem. Oh, wait, hold on. I did not save. My bad. There we go. Had like a little Kirby Cafe emblem on it. It didn't make it any harder to eat, surprisingly, but the food there was like legitimately good. They had Kirby pizzas. Like the pizzas were actually like probably a little too adventurous for their own good. Like, but they were served on these like little Kirby cutting boards that are shaped like him eating it, which is great.
Oh, I see. There's a lot going on those pizzas.
Yeah, I got like a Tokyo style pizza and a seafood pizza, and honestly, the each individual flavor was great, but they didn't fit together very well, unfortunately.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but like it was very well prepared. It was very well prepared, and a lot of the dishes you actually could pay a tiny bit. Well, yeah, you could pay like double the price and get to take home like a copy of the plate that you ate it off of, which was kind of neat. So my brother does not watch me, so I can say, but he is a big Kirby fan. He had like this amazing Kirby Christmas tree last Christmas, and I got him like a small set of Kirby Cafe exclusive plates. This is like a dessert platter that is shared between the whole table. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Everything is Kirby themed. I didn't get it myself, but a friend got this soda that they serve to you. Actually, hold on. Is it too reflective? I think it's okay. Let's see. Because in one of the Kirby games, I think it was Robobot, there's like a scientist Kirby or a chemistry Kirby. They serve you like a soda in its individual components, and it comes with like a scroll that you unravel, and it tells you what order to like pour the things in. And the soda changes color every step of the way until it ends in like some fizzy grape soda.
That's some chemistry stuff.
Yeah, like each individual part you pour in one by one, and it changes color and fizzes every step of the way. It's super cool. Kirby Cafe is really cool, and it was actually the birthday month of two of the people that were with us, and you get a dedicated Kirby Cafe happy birthday special coaster to take home with you if it's your birthday.
So cute.
Yeah, you actually could like get your Nintendo ID like QR code scanned there and get like some platinum points or something too. It was kind of cool. I didn't order this, a friend did. This is like I don't know what this is. Some kind of like cream stew with rice on a plate with like little Waddle Dees in it.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, they also learned that the oh, actually, hold on. Here's the soda in its completed form. Sorry, it wasn't grape. It was like a blood orange. My bad. I wasn't the one who drank it, but ta-da. That's what it looks like. Like all those clear liquids and the red liquid you pour together forms the soda. So cool.
Gotcha.
And they had a limit one per table kind of thing that I ended up getting. Yeah. Which was Kirby Car pudding cake. Yeah, and they wrote happy birthday on like just a plate for the two people whose birthday it was. But like, man, this Kirby car was tasty.
I love that.
Kirby car was tasty. All right, lightning round. Let's see. On that dessert platter thing, actually, the maximum tomato. Yeah, I wasn't the one who ended up drinking it because we all took different pieces of that platter. But there's like a minestrone soup inside.
Really?
Like a minestrone tomato soup, of course, because it's a maximum thing. Yeah. For dessert, another friend ordered this like Kirby pancake kind of thing.
So altogether, did the entire group just end up getting one of everything on the menu or something?
We got probably, I'd say 2/3 of the menu overall. Yeah. Yeah. Kirby cake was delicious. Yeah. Yeah, we kept exploring that area. There was a Marvel store, like Marvel superheroes store that had like some exclusive like Omamori good luck charm kind of things.
That does not surprise me one bit.
Yeah, we ended up getting a few of those as souvenirs because some very Marvel loving people we know. There was a Shonen Jump store with like a full-size Luffy.
Oh, I've seen pictures
outside.
of the Luffy online.
Yeah. And even cooler than the Luffy though is in the store itself. They just had like they just had a sculpture going dong. Yeah, I thought that was pretty neat. All right, let's keep going through. Let's see. Mibu Prefecture. I forget. They had an entire store in this mall that was based around one, like a distant prefecture that was famous for like its pears. And for some reason they had like a Gundam collaboration and like a pear Haro. I don't know.
That's adorable.
They went all in for that bit. I got like, there was like this lemon drink too. That prefecture is also famous for its lemons, I think. And they had a sort of like a fridge full of these like just drinks in cartons of some kind. I'm like, oh, is this some kind of lemon beverage? It was lemon flavored milk. And it was really good. Like
lemon
it was
flavored milk?
Yeah. Yeah. Like you wouldn't like, yeah, no, they clearly did more than just put lemon in milk. But
right.
It was like this creamy, like it was like when you drink strawberry milk. You know? When you drink strawberry milk, they somehow got it working. And to cap it all off, this particular mall had one of several of Tokyo's Pokemon centers. Yeah. So whereas in the US, the Pokemon Center in New York City was eventually converted into Nintendo World as we know it now.
Oh, wow.
In Japan, they kept all of the Pokemon centers as Pokemon centers. And they have just tons and tons of merch and crazy stuff. They just released the Sitting Cuties line for Gen 5. Oh my gosh, I remember now. I think I pinged you at one point and was like, oh my god, what Sitting Cutie did you want? I forgot. I did not get the Sitting Cutie. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Which one was it?
I mean, those are easy enough to order from the online shop anyway.
Yeah. What was it again? I forgot.
The LGM and BHM line or
they
the
didn't have
Joltik
it.
Line?
They actually did not have them. Yeah, Joltik and LGM and BHM are from Wave 2, which is not out yet.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, whew. I didn't fail you that badly then. Well, I did forget, so I'm sorry. Yeah, they had a bunch of stuff. I didn't actually end up getting that much stuff when I was there. This is because a lot of it was plushies. I kind of wanted a Miraidon, like a plush Miraidon, but unfortunately the Miraidon plush was like not super high quality, unfortunately. Yeah. Later on, in the subway, I saw this blood donation advertisement that had Ultraman in it. And if you take it the wrong way, maybe Ultraman is trying to take your blood. I don't know. That Ultraman movie, the Shin Ultraman was weird. It was fun, but it was weird. But that day it wasn't over yet because we had reservations at the Pokemon Cafe at the other end of Tokyo.
Oh, nice.
Which had another Pokemon Center in it. At Pokemon Center Tokyo DX. Yeah, the Pokemon Cafe was at one point. There was a lot of reflective surfaces, so I couldn't get very much. But they had this like poster on the wall that unfortunately is also very reflective, but it had like a Pikachu on it, and it's like take a picture with your flash on, and if you take a picture with the flash on, this holographic part of the poster lights up and it looks like Pikachu is using like Thunderbolt or something. It's really cool, and it's like the one time I've ever turned the flash on my phone's camera. I don't think I've ever used flash on that. But they had like a history of all the Pokemon games by their intros lined up in this diorama inside like a glass case. They had this humongous, very shiny, reflective plastic Snorlax figurine that has like a Pikachu on one shoulder and a Mew on the other, sitting in the main area. And on its back, hidden on like the backs of its feet, are signatures from like Masuda and Tajiri and like other people and Sugimori that like worked on the project way back when. It's so cool.
It's awesome.
Pokemon Cafe. They had some interesting dishes. There's a lot of glass, unfortunately. So there's lots of reflective surfaces because probably because of like COVID regulation kind of stuff. I think this picture is safe. Yeah, this picture's good. Like because Scarlet and Violet is like the big cheese right now. There's a lot of that sort of stuff around. But here was like a permanent installation. They just have Chef Pikachus sort of standing around. These Pikachus are wearing the chef outfits from like different trainer classes in different Pokemon games, actually. And really? I believe so, yeah. And all the employees and all the employees there are decked out in like trainer class, like waiters and chef sort of outfits as well, which is kind of cool. And they have tables reserved for Pikachu's having dinner. Kind of cool. Let's see. They had something that was kind of big in Pokemon cafes, or just cafes in general, are coasters.
Right.
When you get like a drink, you get like a random coaster along with it. And they had like a display case containing like the very first print run of coasters and like what came afterwards. So Pokemon Cafe hasn't been around too long. So like you could see like Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, throwbacks to like the first year anniversary. I think that's a special for like Detective Pikachu, was it? They celebrated like Johto, they celebrated Gen 6, they celebrated Pokemon Cafe Mix coming out, and you would get like little like Pokemon coasters were really high quality. They're like actually plastic. A lot of other places your coasters are just like thick paper or maybe laminated.
I've seen cork being used.
Oh really? Okay, yeah. Maybe the cork is not quite as common when it comes to like the freebies they give away.
That's possible.
Yeah,
possible.
But
yeah.
Even the emergency exit signs are like exits are like decked out in like cool immersive Pokemon fashion. You can see like a Chef Pikachu behind there too.
Oh, cute.
Yeah. I think this picture is safe. They had like Shikishis that had like super big like designers and stuff on the project leave their signatures and stuff. It was super cool. In a moment of perfect clarity, I remembered how to ask if it was okay to take a picture of something. And I asked one of the workers there, and they're like, oh, yeah, go ahead, take a picture. In English.
Isn't it just Shashin wa ii desu ka?
I said the Keigo. I actually said it in Keigo. Yeah, it didn't need to be Keigo, but they had super cool stuff. Man, they had a lot of big, important people who worked on Pokemon were there. Cafe is just decked out and all kinds of stuff. Orion is so cool. But probably the cool, actually, yeah, something kind of interesting is they had a meal set for if I can get a good picture of that. Let's see. You can get meal sets based on like a 3-course meal based on whatever they decided the theme was going to be that particular time. And this was the 3-course meal I got for Pokemon Violet. It had like, don't mind the purple dressing. That's just a Caesar salad. That's just like purple Caesar dressing. The bottom is like a macaroni and cheese with potato gratin in the middle or something. And that's dyed purple as well. The Scarlet meal was just like an undyed version. That's all. That's the only difference. I got the Fue Cocoa drink because that was my starter, and a Quaxley cheesecake kind of thing. And if you look really closely, the frothy cup on the bottom right is actually printed. It actually has a Whalmer printed on top. And that was just like a plain old latte. It's pretty all right. And again, if you paid extra, you got to take the glass home with you, and it had like Pokemon branding on it. But I'm not the biggest fan of I'm not the biggest fan of novelty dishware, no. So, but I did get it for my brother. The Kirby stuff for my brother. Unfortunately, I can't take a picture of the next one because it has like a perfectly reflective like a perfectly reflective like aluminum shaker, but you could get like Moo milk and like put Moo milk and mix in berries. Berries and pour it into a cup with like fruit syrup and make like this fruity like berry flavored Moo milk kind of thing, which is kind of neat. I think this one's good. I think this one's fine. You could actually order a Sinistea. Like an actual Sinistea. So here we go. There we go. You get a little Sinistea is that Sinistea or is it the evolution before? Sinistea is the pot, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Poltergeist is the other one.
Poltergeist is the cup, right? Okay.
It's one I always get them mixed up too.
Yeah. But this was like either an apple or some kind of berry tea, I think. And you would pour it in, and that like fruit syrup in the upper right was sort of like how you add the sugar to it. And it came with like this Pikachu chef cookie that you can like dip into it and drink out of. It was super cool. Super cool. Although, like, interestingly, I've never actually seen an authentic Sinistea in game, but you know how the Pokedex description is like, people who drink out of this glass become like super sick and that kind of stuff. Apparently, the authentic Sinistea, people feel like way better. It's like a wonder miracle tea, kind of like herbal tea kind of thing, if you actually drink out of an authentic glass. So I checked and was like, is this an authentic Sinistea? Nope. But the tea tasted real good. Yeah, you could tell if a Sinistea is authentic or phony, depending if it has a particular mark on the bottom. And these teacups unfortunately did not have the mark, but pretty cool either way. Yeah, but the tea that came out of it was actually like the right color. Like that's awesome. Like they went all in on the theming, right? Yeah. Okay, lightning round. They had a Pikachu come out of the kitchen, who I presume was the one who cooked our meals, and do a Pikachu dance. They had like one of the people working there like lead the dance, and man, they could dance really well, and the Pikachu person could dance pretty well as well. I mean, just Pikachu. Chef Pikachu could dance pretty well as well. Yeah, but yeah, they came out. They danced. They were dancing to a song. Do I spoil what? Do you want to know what song it was? Is it spoilers?
Yes,
I don't know.
I really would love to know.
All right, if you're happy and you know it, Pikachu. In English, if you're happy and you know it, Pikachu. Yeah, it's.
Oh, you're gonna stop there? You're not gonna sing the whole thing?
Yeah, I know. It's just a taste. You have to go yourself. Yeah, and unfortunately, the bottom, as I said earlier, the bottom of the Poltergeist does not have the correct mark. It is a phony. It's a phony, unfortunately. Yeah, we went out. We saw some more of the. We actually went out and saw those signatures, and we walked around Akiba pretty late at night. Yeah, we walked around pretty late at night. The next day, I had breakfast. I had a strawberry shortcake sandwich. I had a pork cutlet sandwich, and I had a type of Calpis that I've never seen before called Calpis the Rich.
The Rich. And all I could tell was that maybe it was a little thicker. That's kind of it. And I had that for breakfast. Totally not a balanced breakfast, but I was super curious about it. Yeah, we went to Akiba for real this day. Heard of Bocce the Rock. Well, you better wait, because there's some Bocce the Rock stuff coming up, maybe. We went to Akiba for the Love Live Cafe, actually. That inside one of the Gigos, inside Gigo 3 in Akiba. I think it was like the 4th or 5th floor. 5th or 6th floor, yeah. We actually passed by a doner kebab place that was selling like authentic kebab off of like the rotating spit. And apparently it was like decently authentic, according to the one other friend of ours who had been in Germany and had like the real like Euro style kind. He said it was pretty good. Yeah. Love Live Cafe. I unfortunately narrowly missed Hanayo's birthday month. If we were there in January, I would have gotten a Hanayo birthday card and the option to get like a Hanayo meal. But we're like, yeah, it was like right, yeah, it was well into February, so none of that. But this cafe was like just decked out in like Love Live stuff, and all over the place there'd be like here like posters plastering the walls. But like if you look closely, you'll see that the like VAs that actually went and visited it signed the hell out of this place. Like they just put their signatures everywhere. Like the one who was the VA for this girl in particular, Kanon, signed
like probably 15 times across the entire place. It was super neat. Yeah. Yeah, they had like a chalkboard with like art that was apparently drawn by like previous generations of the VAs and was laminated over. They had like a birthday display for the girl who had her birthday just like the day before. All kinds of stuff. I noticed that in the kitchen area over the wall, for some reason they have Nessa berries in the kitchen. I don't know. I guess I guess they're just keeping watch, or who knows?
They're cooking.
A Pikachu prepared our meal the previous day. Who is to say that?
Let my girls cook.
Yeah, but I believe the current meal sets of this time were aqua, so they had like an aqua pizza and little Nesso. This was the expensive Nesso, by the way. This was the one that cost like $35 to get. And that totally wasn't worth that much. Yeah, it was. The food was only all right, I guess. It was not the Kirby Cafe by any means. The Kirby Cafe was on a whole other level. But we got our little coasters, and I think between our entire group, we got an entire set of coasters. From there, we went to Gamers in Akihabara. I mean, yeah, so like we went to the Odaiba one the first 2 days, and we went to the Gamers here, and tons of Love Life stuff as you'd expect, but there were just floor upon floor upon floor upon floor of stuff. I bought yeah, just like every series you could think of, every anime series, every game series you could think of probably had merch in here somewhere. It's kind of crazy, but something cool on one of the floors, they had a set of glass cases that were filled with orbs that were signed by like famous VAs that had visited either like in person or incognito. This is Mirai Akari's signature. I hope she's doing well. Yeah, one of the VTuber OGs actually. Mm-hmm. But like every Love Live girl had a signature here. Every Bang Dream girl had a signature here. Several VTubers. Yeah, all crazy stuff. I got a pretty cool shot of yeah, I got a pretty cool shot of one of the outdoor areas. The one on the right with the railgun imagery is a pachinko parlor. Just a very, very big pachinko parlor. We did not do any of that, but like apparently Railgun is like a Railgun and Index is a series that the author is like perfectly okay with being used to advertise pachinko. So there were ads, like digital ads in front of the store that were switching between Fist of the North Star and Railgun. Yeah, and next to it is Radio Kaikon, which is the really, really tall mall that I talked about earlier. Like very, very tall, incredibly tall mall. And like there were like several stores per floor. The floors were actually kind of small, but they packed a lot into there. Yeah, I got something from a vending machine called Miracle Body V. It had like an artificial Miracle Body V. Apparently it was another energy drink kind of thing, or like a low calorie drink, and it tasted like artificial pineapple soda. Like artificial pineapple flavor. I got that from one of the vending machines that was snarkily saying that it was 10 yen cheaper than everyone else.
Did it taste 10 yen cheaper?
It was soda. Right. Hold on a second. Let me just black out the faces or blur out the faces of the people that are here, because it is pretty visible. A lot of people looking right at the camera. We went to the Kanda Shrine, which is right in the heart of Akiba. Or not, but kind of like adjacent to the heart of Akiba. This place is famous for, like, what's interesting is, like, I believe there's some kind of, it's semi-confirmed that the gods of the shrine are, like, A-okay with, like, pop culture and, like, the advancement of human progress through technology because of its proximity to Akiba.
So actually chill gods.
Yeah, exactly. Akiba is like probably 80% weeb, 20% boomer Radio Shack. Yeah.
Shout outs to the timeline where it's exclusively boomer Radio Shack.
Yeah, so we did the whole shrine thing here. We got like our lucky draw from here. I got small luck, so not bad luck. Bad luck is interesting. If you get a bad luck draw, you actually get it purified when you're at the shrine, so you can leave the bad luck behind. But I kept mine, just small luck. It said that I should try my hardest and not gamble. So I'm like, okay, I won't gamble. I mean, not that I was going to anyway.
No gotcha for you, sir.
Yeah, but yeah, it was pretty cool. They actually had like those omikuji. No, omikuji are like the random draws. Whatever the good luck charms are called. Are they also omikuji? The good luck charms you can like sort of tie up. They specifically had luck charms for good luck with information technology. I kid you not. Specifically, it's like you slap this sticker on the side of your laptop or carry this charm around in your work bag, and it will protect your computer from like crashing or stuff like that. I'm like, okay, if the gods will, it will be. Yeah. I think I picked up one for myself. it's pretty cool.
You never know.
Yeah, at one point I just went like looking for a restroom, and there was like a sign pointing to a sort of like basement level underneath the shrine. Actually, hold on. Do I have a comparison picture? 1 second. Yeah. This should be. Yeah. So like this area was like surprisingly progressive for what it was. So like this was the like building where all the like. This was like essentially like a glorified gift shop with like a restaurant in it, like right to the left of the shrine, like on the shrine grounds. And you could tell it has like that sort of like shrine aesthetic to it. Do you see how they kind of like built it up that way with like the roofs and stuff? Yeah. In the basement of this building was the restrooms. And in the basements was a sort of like sign saying this shrine is the place where Steins Gate and Love Live had like visitations. I'm like, wait a second, it actually is. Yeah. So this was technically Nozomi's shrine from the original Love Live, and like Ruka's shrine from Steins Gate.
Fascinating.
All right, blasting through, here are the famous stairs that appear in multiple pieces of Japanese media as like they're essentially the training montage stairs. They're really steep and they're quite long. And they were used in Love Live as well, but like this is the famous one where you go up and down, and if you can do it without losing your breath, you're like Rocky. I don't know.
A god among men.
Exactly. Yeah.
I bet you I could do it.
Probably. Yeah. Speaking of interesting vending machines, we found like a train enthusiast's shop, and it had a train-looking vending machine outside. And I think it made train noises when you like bought something from it. I bought a soda from this machine called the Mets.
Let's go, about baby.
The Mets. Let's go, baby.
Mets.
It's all about the Mets. Oh yeah. Here we go. Let's see. I cropped this as best as I can. It's all about the Mets, baby. It's all about the Mets. There we go. It was like a can that just said the Mets, black, and it was like.
Let's go, baby.
It was
Love
like generic. It was like generic Coca-Cola. It wasn't particularly good. All right. So after the shrine, our mission was to go looking for this internet famous vending machine that sells katsu cutlets, sandwiches, like fresh. And we meandered all over the place. And ultimately we knew it was in like a general area, and we like passed by like canals. We passed by this railroad bridge. Hold on. This like railroad bridge looking thing. We were like, it's got to be around here somewhere. We actually ended up finding those sketchy vending machines that you hear stories about. We think. We did not confirm.
You're about to end up in a Chilla's Arts horror game.
Oh my god. No. It's like the ones that sell like perverse stuff. We think. We think, because they were like these boxes covered in nondescript boxes covered in newspaper for like extravagant prices, and we just looked at it and we're like, I think that's the one. But
I'd buy.
Yeah, no, we're not about that life. But
I'd buy.
I don't know.
I'd bite the bullet so you don't have to.
Okay. Well, either way, it turns out that the vending machines we were looking for were underneath that railroad bridge in the previous picture. And right in the middle, there it is. That's the one that serves the katsu cutlets. And it's like fresh katsu, and there's like different grades of katsu and cuts that you can get out of there. And I tried a few, and interestingly, when you open the boxes, actually, hold on, I might be able to get a better picture. So like, this is the meal where I had this along with my Mets cola. All about the Mets, baby. Like, they had this little like area, like no chairs, of course, no sitting areas, but they had like these like bar tables that you could kind of stand at, and each one of these had like a sandwich that was cut into like little pieces and folded and put away. And when you open the sandwich, it actually has like a good luck rating on it, kind of like you would get at a shrine, like right there, like medium luck.
Blessed sandwich.
I got medium luck from the sandwich. Yeah.
I wish I had a sandwich to decide my fate like that.
Yeah.
Life would be so much easier.
Let's see if I can get a picture. Yeah. Medium is premium. Exactly. Yeah, so here's a picture of me lifting a piece of sandwich out of here. So you got like maybe a sandwich and a half, like worth inside one box. Pulled a 1.5 star sandwich. Oh my god, it's like Yu-Gi-Oh! GX trying to get the legendary lucky sandwich. Yeah, but like that was it, and I thought that was the coolest thing. And then realization struck that this was, as exciting as it was made significantly less exciting by this revelation. This is the restaurant on the other side of the street that makes them. We literally could have just eaten at the restaurant and eaten the same stuff off a plate, but we hung around outside under a railroad bridge and we ate the same sandwiches. Honestly though,
sounds like a bonding experience.
It was a novel experience, and they had like this. They played like smooth jazz and like trains would cross overhead. It was kind of neat. Yeah, we wandered around, and one of our friends was like, "Wait, I think a very particular place is up ahead," and a very particular like restaurant kind of thing was up ahead. So we checked it out. This place is the location that inspires it has shown up in so many anime, but the family that runs this place is very traditional and are like, you could do whatever you want with the likeness, just don't bother us. Yeah, so like in Love Live, this was like Honeka's family's like manju shop, because they specialize in like that manju mochi kind of stuff. And they actually had right at the door absolutely no pictures once you get inside. So the best I could do to explain to you, a manju is like a mochi that is like deep fried, I think. So
right.
It's like crispy on the outside. And I got something else that I forget the name of, but it was like an inside out mochi that they serve in a bowl. It's like a little rice cake that's like chewy and grainy, and it has this incredibly finely ground bean paste on the outside. As I said earlier, bean paste is like a sweet dessert kind of thing. And here, I've never had bean paste like this ground, this smooth, this high quality. Like these guys were like the place to get manju for a reason. Yeah, super cool stuff. Yeah, and they served this like sakura tea that was like salty. This salty tea with like a little sprig of like a sakura branch in it, like a cherry branch, and it was delicious. And they served it with this green tea that was absolutely amazing. Yeah, it was very good. And then we sort of went back to Akiba proper, and we hit up Mandarake. We hit up this place called Lashingbang. You don't hear about it quite as much. I don't know if they ship to the west, which is why they might not be as well known. But they're just like another shop that sells like used pre-owned secondhand anime goods. And gosh, there's far less Nestleberries than I thought there were. I bought every Nestleberry I saw, but even then there weren't many. But it was really, really cool just seeing like all this like neatly organized anime merchandise from like all eras of existence. Something cool about Mandarake too is that at the physical location, Mandarake has different, Mandarake, Lashingbang, secondhand anime goods. Mandarake has like an online presence that's decently well westernized, so you can you can order to the West, pretty much Europe, US, Canada, stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, Mandarake has divisions, and every floor was like a different division's territory, and there was like a different music playing on the radio, like, and you got like a different vibe on every single floor, and it was like this comfy anime vibe, but a different comfy like anime merchandise vibe. And probably my favorite vibe was the floor that had the music on it, like the old CDs and records and stuff, because they were playing like, I don't know, just like old boomer anime music, but it fit the aesthetic so well. And this division had like those sort of like bookkeeper like vests that you wear, and they had like every division apparently picks their like motto. So like the music division's motto was like the music of history. Wait, no, it's like the music of the past continues to echo for all of history or something. Like it was Chuny text, but it was just so cool Chuny text. It was in English. It was in English too. But it's like, yo, music, this old ass like music and DVDs and Blu-rays and CDs will be played again someday. So it's like the music of the past will echo forever. And I'm like, that's so cool. But something kind of interesting is this. That is again, I didn't take many pictures inside of Lashingbang or Mandarake because I wasn't exactly sure what the merchandising policy was, and then it was packed with people. Like every floor had like barely any walking space, and it was still like shoulder to shoulder.
So what exactly are we looking at here?
We are looking at the stairway at Mandarake. It is outdoors.
Okay.
There is no internal stairway in many of these buildings. There are elevators, but if you want to take the stairs, like generally we rode the elevator up and we took the stairs down in most of the places we went. And in order to get down to the next floor, you actually step outside on like what would seem to be like a very, very well-grounded fire escape, and it's completely meshed in. And you can kind of just absorb the like just the vibe and the atmosphere of the city outside when you like go down these things. And just like every floor was connected by one of these, and it's just, my god, it would not pass like building code in the US for sure. That is for sure. But it was very, very cool. There was a Kantai collection Itasha outside. It was pretty reflective, but here is outside of Lashingbang. When we went in, we came out, someone was parking outside with a it's one of the Congo sisters. I don't know this one. Is it Haruna? I think it's Haruna.
You're asking the wrong person, buddy.
Yeah, but it was cool. Let's see. It was pretty cool because like some of the ads, there were like VTuber centric ads. Like here's Shibuya Hal and his KR Cup pairing with Galleria, which is like a esports like supply company outside of Big Camera. Pretty cool seeing VTuber presences. Yeah, and we walked a bit and we ended up going to Koko Ichibanya, which is a sort of like famous curry chain. This was another place that had like an iPad that you would actually, notably, it wasn't an iPad. It was a Lenovo mini yoga PC. Like we looked at it and we're like, wait a second, this is the first time we saw one of these iPad restaurants not have an iPad. Yeah, oh my god, it was so cool. And there was actually a menu. Okay, so this place specializes in curry and like tonkatsu curry. So like that pork cutlet, crispy outside, sliced up with curry on the outside. I was rather with like curry and rice. But however, this particular Koko Ichibanya had a special menu item that was not on the computer that you can order from. And I actually grammatically correctly ordered this one as well, or at least tried, and they understood enough to give me what it was. And what was interesting is this particular menu item doesn't actually have any pork cutlet. Instead, it is a plate of standard curry, slightly more spicy than normal, with the stew meat selection. So like soft, like stewed beef with eggplant and cheese.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was delicious. It was delicious, but it was actually slightly cheaper than some of the meal sets. Like, it didn't come as like a combo. So I ended up getting Koku Ichibanya's attempt at the family chicken and a croquette. Many, like, as I said before with like the vending machines, like everyone's always trying to imitate the hits of everyone else. They are also trying to imitate the foods as well. So family chicken is famous. Well, here, like, McDonald's has a knockoff of family chicken in Japan. It's called shaka chicken, which is shaker chicken, which you put some cheese powder in a bag and you shake it up. But here, it was curry powder in a bag, and you shook it up and you got like the curry powder flavor on your fried chicken. And you had like a croquette filled with like curry vegetables. Oh, it was so good. So good. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's see. I believe it's the next morning by now. This was Ikebukuro Day, number 1. I got hot kalpis from a vending machine at the station. Hoto kalpis. Yeah, it's just kalpis, but it was hot. And you know what? It was all right. Again, another thing I wouldn't have expected to be hot. And honestly, I'd have it again. Yeah. Hoto kalpis. Yeah. Was not expecting it, but it tasted pretty cool hot. I also got this weird soy milk, flavored soy milk that was butter and bean flavor.
Butter and bean flavored.
Butter and bean flavor. Check that out.
That sounds
It's strange, but apparently this is like a staple flavor that people will have for breakfast. So they'll like spread the sweet bean paste on bread maybe and put some butter on top. But it's also a taiyaki flavor, a pretty major taiyaki flavor. The like fish pastries. I might have a picture of that.
Yeah.
Let's see. So we first started off by going to Nakano Broadway, which is to put it impolitely, it looks like your hometown mall that has seen better days. It's slightly dingy and the tile on the floor is cracked. The lights aren't super bright, but for some reason it is bustling. It is full of people and it's full of life, and it makes me wonder if you can easily get to malls, would they be dying in the US, you know? Because it's just like, but you had to walk through, before you could even get to that mall, you had to walk through a covered market, which is kind of cool. Like you see them from time to time. But yeah, like, oh man, it's all kinds of stuff in there. We found this pastry shop. Is this safe? It was a reflective thing. Let me just throw a blur over it. So
Am I losing my mind, or was this place specifically like referenced in Dragon Maid?
Oh, it might be. Well, possibly, but I'm sure there's several other places. Yeah, like there are several others.
It just looks familiar.
All right, I blurred this photo so it's a little safe. There was like a French bakery that was, or like, no, it was just like a desserty bakery that was selling like specialized in strawberry stuff. I actually got a strawberry shortcake here, and it was awful. It was terrible. Biggest disappointment. Oh no! Most disappointing food I had. Actually, it was like dry and flavorless, and the strawberries, despite all the amazingly flavorful strawberries that exist and were like touted as like the amazing like products of Japan, it was flavorless, and there were barely any in there. Unfortunate to say the least. It was the biggest food disappointment of the trip, but that's okay.
Sorry to hear that.
Anyhow, this was the roof of the area. It was kind of cool. Each one of the lights, I believe, up above had some kind of like design motif on them. Like this was a globe. There was like maybe human evolution down on the other side. Kind of cool. And I'd imagine when it rains, it's covered so people can continue to shop. But we made our way to Nakano Broadway, and we could tell we were there because they told us. Yeah, but this was the I already posted this image on social media, but there was, okay, so whereas Akiba is considered like a nerd mecca for like more male oriented, so it's like, oh, more moe, more this kind of thing. Ikebukuro and Nakano Broadway are more Ikebukuro and Nakano Broadway are more targeted towards the like older female demographic, right? Is that what seinen is?
No, seinen is like older men.
Older men. There is a term to describe older women. It's like shonen, seinen, shoujo. Josei?
Check.
It might be Josei. Yeah. Either way, Nakano Broadway and Nakano Broadway in particular is older women and boomers. Older women and boomers. There was like, again, with the whole like dingy mall aesthetic, like there were like grungy brick walls with like okay paint jobs, but then they had these incredible like banners of art specifically commissioned for Nakano Broadway on them, like that. And like it's just the aesthetic of this place was like, this place is a contradiction. It shouldn't exist. It's like you just don't see a mall that's seen better days doing this well. It's crazy, but it's really cool. Yeah, they had all kinds of just art commissioned for it, and the thing was the more floors you go up, this was actually like a 4-floor mall kind of thing, and it had like twisty, windy corridors that you never really were sure where you were if you weren't very familiar with the map. Yeah, hold on, some more cool stuff. On the top floors was like the most insane like rich people stores. Like, here's a watch that's $20,000. Here's a plushie.
Oh shoot, that artist is like incredibly famous.
Yeah, here's a plushie of that artist's art, $3,000. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What the heck, right? So another thing is that there was a huge mandarake in here. However, instead of being centralized, every single mandarake was a different storefront spread randomly throughout this mall. There wasn't very much logic to it, but get this, there was a mandarake storefront here. Like, there were like shoujo, there was like CDs, of course, there were Blu-rays, DVDs, there were mecha, there were American plushies, there were
when you say American plushies, do you mean like made in America or like based off of American media?
American media, so like lots of Disney, tons of Disney.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. What else? There was like there was like a mandarake based on like the sort of specifically an entire storefront dedicated to the toys, the like henshin toys for like Kamen Rider, and another one entirely for like the henshin toys of like Magical Girl series. And
gotcha.
There were like, get this, American tabletop gaming, Dungeons and Dragons in Japanese, Warhammer 40k in Japanese, Blood Bowl in Japanese. Like, what? That's insane. Yeah. It was pretty cool. And what else? There was one entirely based on like die-cast cars. There was like various monster manuals and stuff in another one of the mandarake ones, like actual Dungeons and Dragons stuff. JP&D shipped the entire JP fantasy scene back in the day. Yeah. Wasn't Lodos? Was it? Well, wasn't Lodos or Grand Crest or whatever? Like, Lodos was based on like a D&D campaign, I believe. Yeah. Like it was like a scenario book. Oh, and the thing was like, let's see, is this a safe picture? I think it is. Is it? They had super, like, when I say boomer stuff, I mean, this is vintage, like maybe 70s, like Astro Boy and like just stuff like Gotcha Man, early Super Sentai, early Kamen Rider, Mazinger.
I wish I was there.
Yeah, no, it was kind of crazy just how much variety they had. They had like just stupidly high-end like stores. They had like audiophile stores. They had watch stores. There was a store that had the official Goku and Vegeta like headphones with the Frieza charging case. Like
yo.
Yeah, like there was like proper audiophile stores there. Like I don't know if I've ever talked to you about dank pods before, but they had like his like audiophile equipment and stuff that he uses to like destroy cheap equipment. It was really cool seeing it in person. And then on the way out, we saw that hidden behind one of the pillars, actually, that it's kind of hard to see on the way in, but here is Beard Papa homemade cream puffs. And I bought like apparently it's like a pretty famous cream puff place, and I bought a big cream puff. Like huge cream puffs are their specialty, and I just like devoured it. I was pretty hungry on this day. Yeah. And we went back into Nakano Broadway because we were like, why the heck not? We found a corridor we didn't notice previously. There's like the OG like half scale Kamen Rider figure on display off of one of the escalators of Mandarake. Well, in Nakano Broadway, up to the floor with Mandarake. It's just so cool. Took a picture of some audiophile headphones. This is an audio amp, a Diablo audio amp that you see on sale. This is one of the things that can crank the volume up so high it can cause headphones to explode, literally. Like this is the kind of thing you would use to power like incredibly powerful like headphones or something. Or if you plug them into Apple like normal pods, they'll actually just like catch on fire. It's kind of crazy. I follow Dank Pods and he does that kind of stuff. Yeah, so like this was the Gundam specific Mandarake storefront on Nakano Broadway. They had so much stuff. Oops, hold on. There we go. They had so much stuff. Just so much cool stuff. I actually found a jumbo Hanayo Nesoberry here, and I ended up buying it. But it was not at Mandarake. It was at another used shop called Robot. And literally on the shelf next to this Hanayo was, next to this Nesoberry, was a full set of the Final Fantasy 13 energy drinks that they produced back when it first came out. Never opened, never before opened, just these cans of soda in a display case. Like, you know when you collect coins, sometimes you get like those pieces of cardboard where you could like punch the coin into them. Yeah, no, yeah. They literally had one of those for the Final Fantasy drinks. They made one back in the day. You had to like collect them from different stores. It was nuts. And we also noticed on the way out that there was a specialty branded Kirin vending machine specifically for Nakano Broadway. Like this place is famous. Yeah. Let's see. Here is my Beard Papa cream puff.
That's tasty.
Yeah, delicious. I ate that so fast. What happened was we were actually like our party was pretty hungry, and we were like going to eat like at a better food place later in the day, but several of our party members opted to just, hey, let's eat at McDonald's, and they tried like McDonald's menus, and that's when I ate that shortcake, and it was terrible. Disappointment.
Oh no.
Disappointment. Oh yeah, that's right. Here is one of those Calpis knockoffs that I got from the Nakano Broadway Kirin machine. Look at that. Yogurt taste drink. It's called iMuse, and it's literally just a knockoff. It's just Kirin's version of Calpis, which I think is Asahi. I think I've seen it often enough. We had to grab a train. We had to grab a train to Sunshine City in Ikebukuro because two of our party members were going to a Precure like museum. They had like tickets to a time slot for a Precure sort of museum exhibit. There's some Mahjong Soul on display at one of the JR train stations we rode. I actually found the Hizaki Gama Uproar Holostar birthday art. There were like some high school students standing in front of it, and I got real Jozu real fast, and I'm like, oh, that sign, can I take a picture of it? And they were like, oh, okay, and they moved out of the way so I can get this picture. Pretty cool though. Pretty cool.
Oh, it looks so good though.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I wish I could have seen it in person. I love Gamma so much.
Yeah. in Ikebukuro, we noticed right away that right outside the station is a Denny's. Denny's uses like a different logo here. Is this their old logo? Like they're more whimsical?
It's like the fancy, yeah, that's the older one.
Yeah, but apparently Denny's is like a very competent family restaurant that always hits and never misses, unlike where we are. Yeah, and man, I am fumbling my hotkeys. There we go. We went to Sunshine City Mall, which was adjacent, I believe, to where that Precure exhibit was. So our party split and we meandered around the mall for a bit. Super cool place.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? You want to know what this mall also has?
What's that?
Another Pokemon Center. I think I went to every Pokemon Center in the Tokyo area. If it's your birthday month, you can actually get a, what is it? A Flabebe, I think, with like special birthday coloring. And one of our party members was joking, oh, I'll just go to every single one and get a different Flabebe. Yeah. But just to give you a sense of how much food these malls have, this mall in particular, Sunshine City, had a ton of food. But yeah, no, and like, it smelled so good. They had, this cool sort of like area out, like they had this was a bougie area. You know how I know? Because there was a sitting area. And you know who was occupying the sitting area? Pokemon. That's how bougie it was. All right, first of all, sitting area. Number 2, the Pokemon are sitting there. Insane. Absolutely insane. But they had like all kinds of exhibits set up. I appreciate that they had the gall to put a Pidove prominently featured without any glass in the sitting area. A lot of the statues had glass around it to keep kids from climbing up on them, but somehow that Pidove has survived despite that. Yeah, Pokemon Center, more of the same, though this Pokemon Center's like centerpiece attraction is I don't know what it was before or if it even had one before, but this one is Miraidon doing the spoilery thing from how it was how it came into being in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. It's kind of cool. Is this the one that killed a man? We don't know. Let's see. Yeah, they had this particular one was called Mega Tokyo. They had like a different denomination for each one of them. Plenty of signs telling you not to touch, because I'm sure that's what kids do. And believe it or not, we actually found one of is this a safe picture? Safe enough. We found one of these machines. They exist in Japan. One of these coin crusher machines. But you feed 200 yen into it and it just crushes a random piece of metal. But I
get
have
a fancy little coin back, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they have like each Pokemon Center that has one of these machines has a signature coin that is a Pikachu wearing like a hoodie based on whatever the like on display thing was, which is kind of cool. Yeah, and they had cool like little dioramas. Of like by the checkout areas. Actually, that reminds me of this really interesting fact about Vaporeons. And they had like Pokédex entries in like multiple languages scattered around the pillars around where this Pokemon Center was. Apparently, they decided to give Stunfisk a dedicated entry for some reason, but you go you go big guy, I guess. Oops. I have too many windows open. All right. Oh yeah. So something kind of cool was separate from the Pokemon Center. They had a Pokemon Pikachu sweet shop that sold like little like either like sweets, like pastries, and their signature pastry was like a Pikachu waffle with like a waffle that was folded in half that was shaped like a Pikachu's face and had like icing on it. And you want to know what the garbage cans look like there? Bam.
What, Pikachu's?
No. Take a look. Isn't that great? Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finally some Garbodor appreciation around here.
Finally some good trash. I bought another... Oh yeah, I found something, yeah, I didn't get many good pictures of it inside just because there were so many people, but there was a Gashapon arcade here called Namco Gashapon Odyssey. And there was a sign that said, contains 3,000 Gashapon machines. And I'm like, nah, no way. I walked in and yes, it did in fact contain 3,000 Gashapon machines. It was like a warehouse sized room. It's like they had the Macy's end of a mall and they just decided, hey, we're going to fill this entire department store with like capsule machines. And every capsule machine imaginable was there that was like currently available. Man, so cool. And right outside of it was another vending machine selling this drink that I'd never heard of before called Match Match. And it tasted just like vitamin V that I had the previous day. It was like that artificial pineapple flavor. And basically the people who were at the Precure exhibit were trying to buy like the exclusive merch at the Precure store for like several other people that weren't able to come to Japan. So they were taking so long that we went for a walk and we found the Durarara vending machine. The one that gets like thrown at people.
The one that gets tossed, yeah.
I think I bought a coffee out of here. Yeah, I bought a coffee out of here, and it was all right. It was, no, it wasn't a coffee. It was a cocoa. It was another cocoa, and again, they just can't. It just tasted like water with chocolate in it, unfortunately. But we went back and we were like, all right, we're gonna get something to eat. Where are we gonna eat? And I found this restaurant when walking around called Cafe Miami Garden. Authentic pasta and pizza as if it were made in Italy. And I'm like, what? Do you have the right Miami?
I can tell you one thing. Miami is definitely not in Italy.
Yeah, but it smelled really good. It looked really good. We did not end up eating there because we ended up going to probably the fanciest meal that I had the entire time. GeoGuessr Pro, not Miami. You are absolutely right. We went to one of these yakiniku places. And this was probably the most expensive single meal that I had when I was there. It was 8,500 yen, which I think at that current exchange rate was like $66. But it was like the fancy meat. I wanted to try Wagyu once. And here, they served like this multi-course salad with like sashimi in it. There was like literal beef sashimi in there. It was...
These are the meats Arby's wishes it had.
Exactly, yeah. And the thing was like 3 out of the 5 people who were eating this dinner did not like spicy food. And each one of these pieces of each one of these salads had kimchi in it. So I just ate like 4 salads. I ate like 4 salads.
Shit, I would have been there like more for me too, so.
Exactly. Right. Here is the beef sashimi that was served. The upper left is squid sashimi. The bottom one was like the bottom one is like a beef sashimi over like rice. I think it's like one of those like sushis where it's like the piece of rice with the fish on top. You have some like ground beef kind of stuff, raw, like all raw, but like delicious, and like it is of the grade that it is okay to be eating raw. And a piece of karibi, that karibi sort of seasoned pork. It was the only pork in the entire meal on the leaf. You would roll, that was a mint leaf, and some minty tasting herb. You roll it up and it's like that Korean barbecue flavor kind of pork. And they just started bringing us plate after plate after plate of like this meat that we just needed to sear. We just needed to sear gently on the little grill in the middle. Oh man, it was so good. It was so good. We cooked the seafood, so we cooked the beef tongue, and the Wagyu, we just barely let it touch the grill before eating it. And you know how they say that like meat is like meat with like fine meat is like meat that is marbled with like high quality fat. Wagyu is fat that is this is not correct by any means, but it might as well be. It is fat that is marbled with meat. That is how crazy it is. Like,
jeez.
It was so delicious. Here's our Wagyu experiencing its 20 seconds on the grill. Oh my god, it was so good. It was so good. I just put that in my mouth and let it melt. No chewing necessary. And they just brought plate after plate after plate of seasoned meat. It's called Toraji. Toraji was the name of the restaurant. And it was like right in the mall. But what was cool was like the room, they actually give you like your own little like screened in room to eat it in.
Nice.
And there's like a dedicated table and everything. Oh my gosh, it's cool. And yeah, it's like a multi-course meal, and they like, you definitely get your money's worth for this, especially with the quality. But like, I wouldn't eat this every day just because how expensive it is. But the final course they give you before dessert is a raw egg yolk over like a gyudon bowl. Oh my god, it was so delicious. Yeah. And they actually give you like these Toraji branded like milk bars at the end of the meal, and it's these popsicles with like a cup of hot tea and like some tofu with like fruit syrup sprinkled over drizzled over the top of it. And the thing is in Japan, popsicle sticks that you buy can actually have like a little winner notation on it, and if you are a winner, you generally can bring the popsicle stick back to the whatever candy store you bought it from and get a second popsicle. This happened to me. Atari, which means I won. And I'm like, what? This is like...
A winner is you.
Exactly. This is a fancy schmancy, like, yakiniku place that literally serves high-grade Wagyu. And I got a winning popsicle stick. What does this mean? And I'm like, oh, surely everyone got a winning popsicle stick because everyone's a winner for eating at this wonderful restaurant. Everyone just looked at me and was like, Orion, we got blank popsicle sticks. Ours only said Toraji on it. I'm like, what? I showed it to the waiter and I unlocked a hidden menu item.
Ooh,
no joke, real life Easter egg. I unlocked a take home menu item. I still have it with me because it is apparently an exclusive, some kind of exclusive like egg drop soup mix. It's like a bouillon cube that you just drop into a pot of like boiling water and you make egg drop soup. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And apparently you
take that on
apparently
a flight
yeah
home, then?
yeah it's just a dried bouillon block wrapped inside foil.
Nice.
Yeah, and apparently you can't get it any other way. So I'm like, wow, I won the lottery, kind of.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and what's kind of neat is like the restaurants are open late, but the mall itself closes down early, so the lights go down real low, and it's not like spooky liminal space kind of stuff, but it's just like a peaceful sort of like, yes, the day is over, the mall is closing kind of thing. It's nice. We walked around a bit. We found a few more stations. We decided that we were going to get off a station early, and yeah, was today the day? Yeah, okay. We decided that we were going to get off a station early and we were going to just walk like a station's worth back to where our Airbnb was. And we stopped at so many vending machines. Holy crap. I think I filled my pockets with maybe 10 cans of stuff. Like, it was like a bit of a cool day, but it wasn't too cold, but it felt really good because I had hot beverages in my pockets and it kept me warm. I got Shijimi clam soup in a can.
Ooh, clam.
I got a choco mint ice popsicle. We passed by this. And I thought it was just so interesting to see this touted as like a wonderful late night place to eat. But Wendy's serves like pasta. Like bolognese pasta or Alfredo or meat sauce stuff there. It was so good. We didn't eat it this night, but we ate it a different night because we were super curious. Yeah, we just stopped at so many vending machines, and it's so cool seeing like vending machines lit up at night. This is a vending machine that was specifically saying, I'm better than all the other vending machines because everything inside is 100 yen. And it was all 100 yen inside. And I tried a few things. I found like some Kirin lemon seltzer. I found soda, that like milk flavored soda. It's kind of cool. I found Okay, so Kinokuniya is a bookstore, and it's a pretty high-scale bookstore.
Right, they've got a few of them in the States.
Yeah, but Kinokuniya has like a standalone breakfast bakery. Like Kinokuniya has bakeries inside of it even in the US, but in Japan you can go to a Kinokuniya standalone bakery. And this bakery, I found the arch nemesis to Owo. I found Omo Kinokuniya Morning Bakery. No joke. Yeah. But Omo, what's this? But yeah, they had bakery stuff inside. It was packed, so we didn't want to get in line. I tried some of the Zone energy drink. That's pretty famous in Japan as being like the standard. Like they actually sell Monster in some of the vending machines, just in very small cans. But I tried Zone energy drink. It tastes exactly like Monster. I guess it's just everyone trying to copy everyone else. Next day we went to Harajuku.
Oh boy.
Harajuku. So really cool stuff. And Harajuku's in the middle of like an interesting kind of series of campaigns too. Here is another mall, Tokyu Plaza. This is like a famous one because you could see it used in like music videos and photo shoots. It's like these escalators go up through like this reflective glass kind of like interior. And this place was super swanky because not only did they have like sitting areas everywhere. Well, actually, they didn't really have that many sitting areas. They did have like incendiary burnable trash cans available in many places. Yeah, but let's see. Do I have a very good photo of this? Not really. Not really. This was another interesting Love Live landmark, actually. This is the famous crosswalk from Love Live Superstar, which takes place in and around Harajuku.
No way, Abbey Road.
Pretty much, yeah. But like the intro scene of Superstar has Shibuya Kanon sprinting across that on the way to doing whatever. But we ended up having an early lunch at a sushi go-round place called Kura. And if I'm not mistaken, every single plate was only 132 yen. So compare that to the airport one, where plates could go as high as 700. It was crazy. It was crazy. You had your own little kind of like eating room that had like a little section of the conveyor passing through it. And those little like panels in the table that you can remove had like condiments, chopsticks, and like green tea powder. Mix your own green tea, drink it at your own pace. They had a hot water dispenser and everything. Something I thought that was super neat was that every table right next to its hot water dispenser had a plate return. This is how the table's bill is figured out. Every single plate you feed through here,
it gets calculated, right?
It gets tallied. Yeah. But how do you get people to not hide their plates? You turn it into a game.
Yeah, it does have like a gachapon system with it.
Absolutely, yes. Do you know about it?
Yeah. What?
You know about it?
Well, like I said earlier, there's a place near me that's kind of a lot like it.
Oh, they do that too? Is it a Kura as well?
It might be. I don't remember the name of it.
Apparently Kuras exist outside of Japan too. But
it could be.
Yeah, I had all kinds of like crazy, like they were super experimental with some of their flavors of sushi. Like they had very basic ones, but that's like a crab salad on like a sushi. It was so good. And the way it works is you feed your plates back in. Yeah, no, I tried all kinds of weird, interesting sushi. Like this, the one on the top is like the one on the top was hamburger, like Japanese like meatloaf Salisbury steak style hamburger. On the right is like a pretty standard sort of like, it's that like tofu skin kind of thing, that sweet tofu skin wrapped around like rice with vinegar. One on the bottom was more of that like crab salad stuff, and on the left was like a corn and mayo salad. Better than you would think. Apparently they put that on pizza.
That doesn't sound bad.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I could take an entire pizza's worth, but that stuff was pretty cool. And of course they did have like the more traditional sashimi style ones. But the really cool thing was yes, you're absolutely right. You feed the stuff into the slot, and every 5 that you do, it triggers an animation on the iPad that is at the table that you can place orders from. Of course, you could place orders from the iPad, but every 5 that you do triggers the thing. And if you win, it actually drops down a gashapon from this like big machine up here. And at first I'm like, oh, I'm sure these are just the budget gashapon that no one else wanted. I took a look at it and it was like, this is the specific exclusive Kuda, like spy family, like line of gashapons. I'm like, wait, what? These are actually like pretty coveted things. Apparently it's been figured out that you are guaranteed 1 win every 15 plates, but like that's like $20 worth of sushi after 15 plates, I think. But what's even cooler is you can order like savory crepe sushi. This is like a crepe filled with like that Korean barbecue karabi kind of stuff. Oh, so good. It was so incredibly good. All right.
Looks so good.
Yeah, we ended up getting 2 of the Spy Family exclusive gachas, and the decor in the place was kind of cool, and it was overlooking like the street heading towards like the famous part of Harajuku. Next up actually, there is a cafe stand here that's more based around, like, it's less you go there and sit down and eat, but you sort of go there and pick up food that you could sort of like eat quickly or take somewhere else. And this place happens to be the location of the takoyaki stand that is in Love Live Superstar. And this entire place was decked out in like this specific character's this character is the one whose family runs the shop, and they were like, oh yes, this character is the one that represents the shop, and she was everywhere. Of course, they had like exclusive merch and crazy stuff like that. Like Harajuku was, it felt like Odaiba in the same way that they were like using that Love Live property to super push tourism, and gosh, it was super working. Yeah, but here's another, just like they had like Nessos and stuff just like out on display. I'm like, that's really cool. Unfortunately not for sale. Could not take them home, but oh no, am I out of pictures? Hold on. No. Oh no. I don't think, oh no. Okay. I think my iPhone like partitioned stuff in such a way. Oh no. That's not
so
all
you're missing
of them.
Half your pics?
I'm missing some pictures. Okay. Yeah, I'll honestly, it's getting quite late. It's almost midnight, so I'll just lightning around everything else. There was lots more good food.
You said you were lightning rounding things like starting a half hour into this.
Half hour into this, yeah, no, but it was just so good. A few things I couldn't show that would have been cool to show. Let's see. Maybe I'll show them some other time, but maybe not in as great of detail. But in and around Harajuku, there was all kinds of like just trendy kind of places that you could pick up like cool food. It almost felt like a carnival was going on, but like they were embracing the Love Live Superstar aspect of things so incredibly hard. Like, my gosh, like there were just Nessos everywhere. Like every storefront had like Nesso, like, I would say a good 50% of the storefronts that had any Nessos at all in their storefront, they had all 9 of the Superstar girls like lined up and just kitted out in merch. I can't even begin to imagine what sort of impact like these series or just anime in general has on tourism, because it must be insane. And like Harajuku had a stamp rally going on, a digital stamp rally. I downloaded the Harajuku app, and while some party members were waiting in line to get like some of the trendy famous like Harajuku like street foods, I actually ran around to various different parts of the ward, or like that particular shopping street. Yeah, like there was just like a cluster of streets where there was like a lot of street art and a lot of like just interesting shops. There was like a vending machine selling like only drinks that had been like canned and created in Harajuku. It was really cool. And I ended up hitting enough things in the stamp rally that I got like one of the Love Live Superstar postcards. Yeah, and from there we went to another Gamers that was also decked out in Love Live stuff. This one was like Love Live Superstar themed, and one of the other characters was like the representative, and they had like recordings of the VA doing like, hey, welcome to gamers and stuff like that. And man, it was really cool because this particular one had a sort of like drink food truck stationed outside that was like full, like completely kitted out in like Love Life stickers, and had merch hanging up in the windows, and Nessos sitting in like the driver's seat. And like it was a food truck, and they were serving like thematic hot beverages because it was kind of cold outside. And I got like a like ice cream, like bubble tea flavored, like milk tea flavored, like hot drink with like a scoop of ice cream in it. Oh, it was really good. But from there, we went from Harajuku directly into the heart of Shibuya. We got pictures of all of like the famous Shibuya spots. Especially like one of our party members was super into The World Ends With You, which is that like wacky like Kingdom Hearts director game that takes place in Shibuya. And we took pictures of that, of all the landmarks and cool stuff. And we ended up stopping in Tower Records. Actually, what happened that night? I think we were supposed to meet up. Was that? What day was this? Yeah, this might have been the day that we met up with one other person. Yeah, that's right. I believe the plan was to originally... Oh God, why am I remembering? I need the pictures. Oh no. Yeah. Oh my God. I'm getting everything mixed up. I've been talking for like 3.5 hours about this stuff.
You're doing great.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. But like, we went to Tower Records. I got like all the Tatsuro Yamashita albums I've wanted that I've not been able to get physical. I apparently missed. Okay. So one of the things I wanted is the actual vinyl records for certain albums that Tatsuro Yamashita had. I'm not very big on vinyl, but I 100% wanted those vinyls specifically so I could display them. Because there are like these nice frames that you can sort of like put records in, sort of put them up on the wall. And man, Tatsuro Yamashita, like vintage Tatsuro Yamashita music with like a record, like on a record, that would be so cool. And I know they were doing like a reprint, so I was looking forward to getting that. But unfortunately, they're doing one a month. One of his like he has a bunch of albums, bunch of releases, and they're only doing one a month. And there are some very specific album arts I'm trying to get because I do want to display them. And unfortunately, those are like next month in March. And I'm like, oh,
sorry.
Oh no, I'm missing that one. But I did get the CDs for his hard to find music. So yeah, man, it's good. I've already listened to them a few times over, and man, classic city pop, good stuff. Yeah. So we wandered around Shibuya a fair bit, and I believe it wasn't. Where did we go for dinner this night? Oh yeah, this night in particular, we met up with a group of friends, and originally the plan was we were going to eat at like a pretty famous maid cafe called At Home, and we show up with 9 people, and the line is out the door. And apparently it is like a combination of being like. It is a combination of it being like the day before a holiday. One of the maids is having a birthday, and it's the anniversary of the like place. So it's packed with people, and they just outright say, hey guys, no way, can't do 9 people. So one of our friends who had that app with the food places on it, just punched some stuff and was like, hey, instead of going to a maid cafe, let's go to an all-you-can-drink izakaya. Ooh. And he found an all-you-can-drink izakaya that served yakiniku. And we got like a full course of yakiniku, just like we did at the other place, but it was like much more standard affair. It was like a reasonably priced meal and not like 8,500 yen. Instead, it was a reasonably priced meal with nomi hodai, which is the all you can drink.
Was that the night that one friend of ours was like very obviously drunk on Discord?
Yes, that was it. Yeah, no, they were just chain drinking umeshus. It was, they realized, oh my God, Japanese highballs, 2 week umeshu. Over and over and over again. We later learned that the umeshu that they had was from Don Quixote, which is like a crazy department store that we went to a different night. We went there a different
night. Good old donkey.
Yeah. But yeah, this izakaya was pretty cool because rather than the burner that you cook the meat on being built into the table. It was actually this big clay sort of thing. It kind of looked like a hollowed out tree stump made of clay that just was slapped down onto the table in front of us, and they put a griddle on top of it, and we just cooked our meats on top of that. And people were, I don't drink, but people were just getting more and more and more drunk, and it was hilarious. It was
Were you
hilarious.
the only sober one by the end of the night?
Pretty sober, yeah. And the thing was like, again, they were serving everything with like kimchi salad. There was like kimchi salad that was delicious. Oh my God. I want to figure out, like, I took a picture of it so I can try replicating it later so I wouldn't forget, but it was so good. But either people did not eat vegetables or did not eat spicy stuff. So I pretty much had like all of the salad to myself. It was so good.
They were like, forget the food, we'll take the drinks.
Exactly, yeah. And yeah, no, it was just really cool having like this big clay burner. Exactly. Vegetables are great. Thank you. Thank you. No, it just like, for whatever reason, it just, everyone who was there was either, I hate vegetables and will never eat them. There was like 4 people who were like that. And the other 4 were like, I don't eat spicy stuff. Sorry. So I just had all of it myself. Kimchi salad. It was delicious. Oh my God. It was so good. Yeah. But like, it was pretty standard affair. Pretty standard affair. I mean, it wasn't like $70, $60 that we spent at the other place, but people had a good time, and I was able to have all you could drink juice, which is pretty good. I had like a lot of grapefruit juice and a lot of Kalpis water, which is just more on the Pocari Sweat side of things. Like I said, every company's just copying everyone else. So Pocari Sweat, Kalpis water, same thing. Yeah, and we kind of made our way to Donkey. Was that the Donkey night? I think that was the Donkey night. This Donkey is open 24 hours? Wait, was that the Donkey night or the other Gigo night? I think this was actually the other Gigo night, yeah. So we went back to our Airbnb, and it was like still actually pretty early. Yeah, because like we finished dinner well before 10 and we headed back, and my one friend was like, hey, I want to play some rhythm games. Why don't we just take the train to Akiba, and it'll be 10 minutes, and then we'll play the arcades until midnight. And I was like, oh, that sounds great. Even though we had been walking all day and I could barely stand, I was like, oh, I wouldn't mind sitting down and playing some like sit down rhythm game kind of things, right? And we went out again. You literally can do this in Japan. Just hop on a train, and we went to the arcades. We hit them up and we tried playing rhythm games, and it turns out the rhythm games stop at 11 for some reason. My joke is, I just jokingly was saying, oh, what happens is you need to, every time you put a coin in, it sends a fax to some person in the Konami building who's on the clock, and they press a button and it activates your session. And while it wasn't quite that bad, they actually shut down the servers at 11. If you are in a session, and like if you're in a session, you stay on the session until the arcade closes. However, you cannot start a new one. I don't know why. Maybe it really does send a fax to some poor dude in a Konami building somewhere. But pretty much the arcade either was just people at crane games, or people playing crane games, or people who had started sessions before 11 just continually feeding 100 yen coins in to keep their session going. Yeah, and we ended up going around Gigo, and by then we had been to Gigo 1, 3, and 5 pretty frequently. Believe it or not, 2 and 4 don't exist anymore. They were like even bigger, from what I understand. 2 was like actually the main Sega arcade before they shut. And when they rebranded and they took over, I believe they shut down 2 and 4 in the process, because they were like consolidating what they had, just because even with a bustling arcade scene, it still was less than what it used to be. Yeah, like arcade's definitely not doing well in the West, but doing slightly better in Japan, but still not good enough to keep 5 of the arcades open. So 3 is good. 3 is something that they can manage. And we ended up trying out a different arcade that we had never gone to. So we wandered around Gigo a bit, and we're like, we're not going to be able to play any rhythm games. So we went to like another one specifically based on like crane games. And every floor, like they had a different type of crane game here, where every crane machine on a floor was like networked together so that they would sort of play music in unison, and the lights would flash in unison as well. And it was kind of interesting because if anyone on the floor won, it was like some casino vibe kind of thing. All the machines reacted to a win and played like some version of the jingle. It was interesting, but we kind of just wandered around this surreal, like the way the music was playing in unison that was slightly offset. It was surreal because it was just like you're walking up and down these aisles full of like crane games, just pulsing rainbow light, playing this dreamy sounding music that's slightly out of sync, and I'm like, what is this? Yeah. And my friend who wanted to play rhythm games ended up just winning every single like Kirby figurine inside one particular crane game before it got late enough that we had to catch the last train and head back. Yeah, what did we do after that? I think the next day. Gosh, I'm getting things mixed up because there was a night where we went to Don Quixote and we specifically stayed late because Don Quixote is open. I am getting my days mixed up. Yeah, Don Quixote happened the same night as the all you can drink because I remember specifically because it was the day before. It was the day before the holiday that was happening. Some kind of governmental holiday was happening, and that was the reason why we weren't able to go to the Maid Cafe. So that's why we went to the like izakaya instead. Gosh, what happened? I'm missing a day here. Somewhere. But we went to Don Quixote after hours. Yeah, we went to Don Quixote after hours, and it was surreal because Don Quixote really does have everything. It really does have everything. And I ended up buying a suitcase to put more stuff in because yeah, I bought a suitcase to put more stuff in because I needed to pack all my Nessos and plushes away, and the ones I brought were not going to cut it. Yeah, and we ended up hailing a taxi super late at night and heading back, but Donkey at night is just surreal. It is so it's just a weird kind of atmosphere because they're playing like famous music and stuff, but every 2 minutes they're interrupting whatever's playing on the radio to play the Don Quixote theme. You start hearing dun 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 Don Quixote ba 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 da ba ba da da no me say, like just your home, your neighborhood convenience store, and it's just like 7 stories tall, filled with everything, and I'm like, my god. And it wasn't like Donkey was any cheaper than anywhere else. They were just a store. They weren't a discount store, so like they literally had everything. I bought an energy drink here called Pawu, and it had like an elephant on it, and I'll tell you about Pawu later, but Pawu may have changed my life.
Oh?
Yeah, I don't know. I say it mostly jokingly, but I believe what's the next day of the day I went to Yokohama. So we had, our party in total had 2 tickets to the Sanrio theme park on one end of Tokyo. And was it near Chiba? It was like just on the outskirts of Tokyo, right? And we had 2 tickets to a concert in Yokohama, which is the other side of, like, maybe 20-30 miles outside of Tokyo in the complete other direction. So the two party members went to the Sanrio theme park, like the Hello Kitty theme park. The other 2 of us went to the music festival in Yokohama, which is called the Odaiba Music Festival Happy Valentine's Day in Yokohama.
That's a mouthful.
I don't know why the Odaiba Music Festival is not in Odaiba. It was as far from Odaiba as I possibly could think without getting too far out of Tokyo limits, but it was in Yokohama. We literally just tapped our phones, used literally the same system of IC cards to get down to Yokohama. We were there early. Me and the one other party member who had the tickets were there early, and we were like, you know what? Let's go see the other giant Gundam. So Odaiba's got the Diver City Gundam, which is the Gundam Unicorn, but the RX-78 is the one that moves and can actually like sort of do like the walking. walking sort of animation, like animatronic. And that is actually on a pier, on this like pier made of like earth, over in Yokohama. And they have like this sort of like Gundam base, sort of like Gundam factory, they call it, built around it. So you can't really see it too well unless you come in. And they're like, oh, you have to pay to get in. I'm like, oh, how much is it? 1,300 yen. I'm like, what? $10 to get in? That's quite steep to like see a Gundam, but oh well, we're here. We might as well just pay the tourist tax. The moment we got our tickets, you know what they did? They handed us a model kit.
Oh?
So I was like, oh, it's totally worth $10. So you see the RX-78 and you get the RX-78 model kit. But it's not, it is like a very, very simple model kit. It is designed for people that, it is like the most entry level of entry level kits. And it's not technically of the Gundam, but of the Gundam statue. But honestly, as like a souvenir, that is just the coolest thing. Like, holy crap.
What is a statue if not a giant gunpla?
Hey, exactly. And right when you walk in, there's like this big sort of like letter written on the wall from Tomino. And it literally starts, "We are so terribly sorry. We promised you a giant Gundam, and all we can show you is a giant statue animatronic. And it is a huge disappointment." And the entire letter then began, it went into this incredible emotional sort of like message where it was like, we, the old men of the present, dreamed of a future, and we tried to put together the Gundam of our dreams, and we failed. The best we can do is what you see before you, but we need you to understand that the Gundam of today is just a stepping stone to the Gundam of our dreams tomorrow. It is the inspiration.
50 years, not even.
Yeah, it is the inspiration that this will inspire, so that the people who see it and are inspired today will be the ones that build the Gundam of our dreams tomorrow. I'm like, oh my god, this is like so emotional. And like, it's like the most, like, it is like so incredibly humble, but it's like, hey, this is it. This is what's going to be. Like, it serves to inspire. And we made it there just in time for them to do like the startup sequence.
Nice.
Which had like the Gundam kind of like step forward, and it's technically just this giant animatronic that takes a few steps forward, and it extends its hand forward and it points into the distance, and it says, "We're going to the future," and that's like the end of the show. Oh man, it's so cool. There were $30 tickets you could buy that would get you onto like the scaffolding around the Gundam as it is moving, but it was cool just to see it from the ground, honestly. And afterwards we walked around the area, and they had like thematic popcorn. If you bought popcorn there from like the vendor, they came in like Haro balls.
Aw.
Yeah, so like the popcorn bucket is this transparent plastic Haro full of popcorn. And we kind of wandered around, and there was a hold on a second. Do I actually, is that actually my last? I really want to show these photos. Wait,
Your iPhone is being cruel to you.
Can I access my iPhone when it is in use? Hold on a second. Wait, I might be able to just access my iPhone in use. Hold on. Wait, I thought I copied everything. Oh boy, it's being slow. Okay. Maybe I'll just show the picture some other time. But there was like a Gundam cafe built onto the second floor, and like this sort of museum inside showing how they built the Gundam. And it was interesting because they had like all these directors working on the project sort of like answer a few questions. And the last question they were all asked is, why is Gundam humanoid? And one of them was like, it represents some kind of familiarity. Humans see themselves in Gundam because it looks like them. And another was like, oh, it's humanoid because like classic Shintoism kind of principles of like the human form being like sacred, and everyone had this interesting kind of like explanation for why they thought it was human.
Philosophical.
And the final
here.
one was it's human because it sells toys. But wait, there's more, because it turned out to be another gotcha kind of thing, like what Tomino was doing. It sells toys, and it is cool, and because it is cool, it sells toys. What the things that are cool inspire the next generation of like thinkers, and inspiration leads to like ingenuity and on, and it sort of tied back into what Tomino was saying about like the Gundam of the future. It was super cool though, because what was interesting was one of the exhibits inside the museum was they had an entire wall that had a projection screen on it of what the Gundam was outside. It was literally a live feed of the Gundam outside, but it had an overlay that had like a heads-up display with like sort of like the stats, like what angle are like the various motors at, what is its load, and it in real time as the Gundam was moving, it was showing the schematic and the statistics. It was really cool. It was super cool. Yeah, but that was not the main reason we went to Odaiba. We went to wait, they actually had Shinto priests bless the 1-1 Gundam head when they were building it, like how they bless samurai helmets, I believe. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Apparently, my understanding is they're actually taking down the RX-78 Gundam in Yokohama. At least that's what one of my friends was saying. I haven't confirmed it, but maybe that means they're putting an even like more advanced one up. I don't know. But
damn.
Yeah, stuff to look forward to, I guess. Or maybe their permit ran out when for how long they could have like a structure on the pier. But either way, it was super cool, and I'm glad I went. And I have this little like RX-78 model kit to show for it. Yeah. But the real reason we were there was to have a 1-to-1 new Gundam somewhere. It wasn't that in Osaka or another city? Yeah, I feel I remember hearing another city having one. I did not see that one though, because I didn't really leave the Tokyo area. Because Yokohama's pretty close. But yeah, we passed by the Yokohama Marine Tower, but the real reason we were there was for the live. Fukuoka. Okay, interesting. Maybe I'll go to Fukuoka next time. I want to see them all. Yeah, so the live concert was kind of like a small Anisama, if you know what that is. Like the big crossover concert that they have in the summer. But it was like a small version. Like they'll definitely have like a Blu-ray made for this kind of concert. And they had like a lot of like weeb otaku sort of like performers or acts there. They opened with Bang Dream's band Morphonica. Man, I wasn't a huge fan when they first debuted, but like I think they've really come into their own in terms of how their sound is. They have like a rock violinist, and they're like that like girls rock band kind of thing, but they have like an absolutely fire rock violinist performing for them. Mimori Suzuko, who is a VA who also does singing. She did she was Umi in Love Live way back when. She did the Odd Taxi ending and she performed it there. She did the Outbreak Company ending, and she was like, oh, by the way, I'm also in Revue Starlight. Do you want to hear something from Revue Starlight? And she busted out the finale song from a solo version of the finale song from Revue Starlight. Oh my god. Star Divine. Oh my god. The crowd went nuts.
Imagine.
Oh my god. I can't imagine what a performance of Star Divine would have been like if the crowd wasn't allowed to cheer. That was oh my god. That performance was godly. Oh my god. I believe after her, it was Liella from the Love Live Superstar group. Oh my god, like they put everyone else's choreography to shame. Like I don't mean this as an insult, but just their group choreography is a 9-person choreography that is like incredibly complex. They're like weaving and dancing between each other, and there's the poses, and they're singing the entire time. Like, my god. And like everyone else's dancing just looked so simple in comparison, but they performed like every high energy like 9-person song that they had, and it was my god, it's really, really, really good. And the crowd went nuts. And apparently it's like they're the one Love Live like group that has never really performed in front of a live audience before. This was their first live audience performance, and they don't even have like audience calls yet. Like, what was interesting was like the longer a group has been around performing music and dancing and stuff like that, like what the sort of like coordinated waving of pen lights around and the chants that people do haven't been established yet. And like in these franchises, there are like these call outs that happen where it's like when they do like the one by one introduction and bowing on stage kind of thing, they'll say something and the audience shouts something back. They don't even have those yet, because this is like one of their first live performances, because they were like in their infancy around when COVID was hitting pretty hard.
Right.
So this was their first real performance where the audience was allowed to like call and respond. And wow, they were like pretty hype about that. So like their energy showed. Claris, oh my god, Claris performed.
Claris.
They opened with Naisho no Hanashi, the Nisa Monogatari ending. And I was like, oh my gosh, they performed their Monogatari song perfect. They can't get any better than this. Then they performed a Claris live exclusive version of Kimi no Shinonai Monogatari, and I lost my shit. Oh my god, I lost it. It was so good. It was so good. And they just did song after song after song, and they ended their block. They actually probably had more songs than anyone else. They had like 5 songs. They ended their block with Alive, which is the Lycoris Recoil opening. And like, man, oh my god, Lycoris Recoil, so cool. Original anime in this day and age, performing that well and getting that much like fandom. Oh my god, 10 out of 10. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, but they performed Alive, and there was a guy in the bottom, like in the very front row, all the way to the left, that was chain breaking UOs. For an explanation of what a UO is, in some concerts in Japan, you are allowed to bring what is essentially, they were originally designed as like road safety flares. You would like pop one of those to get like the attention of like passing aircraft or like rescue vehicles and stuff, like incredibly bright lights. Somehow they were repurposed to burn even brighter and burn even brighter and just run through all of whatever chemical agent is inside of them even faster. And they just create these incredibly bright sort of this incredibly bright orange glow. The dude in the bottom left was jumping up and down the entire time, smashing a UO like at like every verse. And I'm like, my god.
He's very passionate.
Yeah. And after Claris, I believe, I hope I'm not missing anybody. I might be missing someone. It was the VA for Deku My Hero Academia. His name was Yamashita Daiki, and he's like relatively new, but he's gotten some acclaim through like his own personal like his music felt like Nico video music, you know?
I love that.
Yeah, no, like he had like Nico video style like animations playing like behind him when he was performing too. And yeah, his voice is really unique, and I think he's got a lot of potential, but he doesn't have a lot of presence in any song just yet, but I think he's got a lot of potential.
I mean, if he's performing on the same stage as Claris.
Yeah, but he definitely was the underdog performer there, but good on him. He was really cool. Then they had this hour-long intermission in the middle where like the comedian MCs for the event interviewed like everyone, and it was a little dry, especially because the Japanese they were using was complicated enough that I couldn't understand everything. But there was one segment that I understood well enough where it was like each one of the people on stage has submitted a fact about themselves that you wouldn't know just by looking at them, kind of thing, right? And the lead singer, I think, of Morphonica is like a huge Kamen Rider fan, and that was her thing, right? And then the comedians stepped up and handed her her favorite Kamen Rider belt, and were like, "Hey, henshin for us." And she did like a full Kamen Rider Tycoon henshin, impromptu. Apparently, her manager actually went to her place. That was her own belt. Took her belt and gave it to the comedians to hand back to her.
Jeez.
Yeah, but she did a Kamen Rider Tycoon henshin, and then, quote unquote, beat up one of the comedians. It was pretty cool. And then after that, there were like 3 more acts, 3 or 4. Oh my god, I'm totally forgetting someone, and I feel bad. But Maya Uchida was Maya Uchida? I think so. Maya Uchida was one of the people after the intermission, and she is like superstar VA and has done a lot of anime-song. I just wasn't familiar with any of the ones that she ended up performing, but my friend that was with me is like a huge Maya Uchida fan, and was like, "Oh my god, those are all her biggest songs." I'm like, "Okay, excellent." Uma Musume, 10 members of Uma Musume came up and did a few songs, and oh my god, the calls for Uma Musume are nuts. There were people like the chants, the calls and responses, and everyone knew exactly the way you wave the pen lights around is a little advanced, but everybody knew it except for me. It was so I was glad I was like far enough back. Actual skill issue, yeah. But the Uma Pyoi, ba-da, yeah, like everyone went. Oh my god, the energy of the crowd was insane. But like 10 of them were performing the song, and they all had like their own verses and calls and response. Like, my god, this is crazy. And the audience knew all of them, and it ended. Oh, I'm totally forgetting someone. I feel bad, but it ended with Grand Rodeo. They opened with Trash Candy, which was the first Bungo Stray Dogs opening. They played through like some stuff in their repertoire, and you would not believe what they ended on, what the finale was. The IGPX opening.
No way.
They did the IGPX opening, and partway through the song, they kind of like just sort of did the thing where they like just hit the drum to the beat, and the singers stood up and was like, "All right, I need everyone to say with me, IGPX." And then when that part came up during the song, the crowd went IGPX. I'm like, this is so cool. It's so cool. For people that don't know, IGPX was like a 2003 to 2005 anime commissioned by Cartoon Network to show on Toonami about people in mech suits essentially racing on Hot Wheels tracks. That's like chrome Hot Wheels tracks. That's the best way I could describe it, right? Would you agree? That's like IGPX? Yeah. Man, and they got the whole crowd roaring to IGPX, like whatever the name of the opening was. Oh man, it was great. So I feel like there is a day that's missing. Yeah, we went back, we had a standard tonkatsu dinner kind of set in the station, and yeah, headed back. There was another day there where I believe we took another day. Yeah, another trip to Sunshine Mall, Sunshine City Mall in Ikebukuro, because the people that went to the Precure exhibit could not actually see the mall because they spent so much time buying merch for other people. But they ended up eating at like a Sanrio dessert cafe while I waited in line at a nearby like famous taiyaki stand in the like basement level of this mall that stretched all the way to like Ikebukuro Station. Like so much of this mall it just stretched across so much of the city. But like I mentioned it earlier, I had a taiyaki that had bean and butter flavor, just like that weird drink that I had at the JR station a few days prior. What else? There was a day that we actually went to like a maid cafe, I believe. Maid cafes are weird. They're quite an experience, but like there's like a protocol on like how to act, and like in order to call a maid over in this particular establishment, someone at the table has to stand up and shout "nyan nyan," and the maid will run over and be like, "Yes, Goshujin-sama," that kind of thing.
That's
like,
fucking adorable.
Yeah. And what's interesting
I would do
is
that in a heartbeat.
Made Dreaming is like a really big maid cafe, and they have many branches. And this particular one, I don't know if it was just this one in particular, but it was in Shibuya. They did a special thing where after like 8 p.m., after 8, they transitioned to an izakaya style menu, and the music changed from like kawaii pop into like heavy anime music. Like heavier rock kind of stuff. And on the hour, every hour, there'd be like a hyper party people made performance where rather than just doing like the normal maid dance kind of thing, they are jamming out on like this little stage at the end of the thing. And we were vibing. We were in like, it's an experience, you know, like it's embarrassing / cringe, but who cares? It's a maid cafe, so we're having fun there. But the next table over, there was like a maid cafe veteran who was like doing like this elaborate like call and response thing with his hands, and he was like cheering, like he was like waving his hands, and like there was like a call that the maids would do, and he'd respond properly by shouting whatever the response was and like wiggling his hands in like the correct motion. Like it was like a call and response dance kind of thing. And he had a friend who was not having it. He was just sitting there, his head in his hands, sort of like, how much longer do I have to be here kind of thing.
Me and who?
Yeah, oh my god, hold on. There's no way I don't have the pictures. Where are they? I didn't run out of space on that drive, did I? I don't have it.
It's okay, that you can just post them on Twitter or something later.
Oh, because I definitely had them. Wait, yeah, no, here they are. What the heck? Oh, a lot of my pictures are just here. Why did it stop? Why did it stop after a certain point?
I don't know. Oh, you're the smarter one when it comes to tech stuff here.
Bro, what is going on? Oh, wait, here it is. Oh my god. Okay, pictures again. Oh my god. Hold on. Real lightning round. Here is. Oh my god. What happened? You know, it's just the Microsoft Photo Viewer dying, probably. They were all inside this folder. Okay. Either way. Love Live Superstar Takoyaki from the actual takoyaki place. Good stuff. Blasting through stuff. Like, here's one of the stores in Harajuku that was participating in that like Love Live Stamp Rally event. Decked out and stuff. This place sold traditional sort of like buns with bean filling. Nesso berries everywhere. Yeah, I broke away from the party for a bit to go do the stamp rally, and I passed by some really cool places in Harajuku that were just off the beaten path, I guess. And I checked in using the Harajuku app and got the stuff. Whoa, what's happening here? Is it not working? My clipping tool dying? Might be. This is like the art installation that was outside of like a design shop. I don't even know. It was a gallery.
Huh.
Yeah. Here was the official gift shop of the Harajuku strip. There's the outside. They got a Nesso for every superstar girl. So many Nesso berries here. So many I didn't even have any of them. I've never. It would be quite difficult to get me to go down a dark alleyway while I'm unsure of what's at the other end, right? But this is the most convincing dark alleyway I've ever seen.
Oh no!
Every single jumbo-sized Love Live Nesso berry leading down.
Oh my god!
There was a beauty salon down there. I didn't actually go myself. I googled it. I was like, it's apparently pretty famous. Let's see. Here is. I took a picture of one of the snacks that some person was holding. I hope they don't mind that I took a picture discreetly. But that is the fancy spiral potato kind of thing that one of my friends waited in line a very long time for.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of potato.
Here's the entrance to that area of Harajuku, that like long shopping strip. It is decorated the way that it was in one of the episodes of Love Live Superstar. That design motif is the main character's pet owl.
Cute.
Here are the stamps on the digital stamp rally. Basically, you had to turn your GPS on and go to the actual location where like the stamp would be. Like previously, they did this thing on paper, but Harajuku now has like a really well-designed app. There's a daily login on the Harajuku app. There's an animation of like a present box falling from the sky, and when you open it up, it contains a coupon for one of the restaurants in the area. Yeah, Harajuku, super cool. Here's the Love Live mobile that was at the Harajuku Gamers, and it served the hot drinks. Were quite good on that cold day. They had Nestles everywhere. Here's the girl who is the supposed employee there. She has her own employee badge and everything. And I have one of these Nessos. Do you see how crinkly that like spot is on their head? I'm glad to know mine wasn't just defective. They're all like that. You can't even iron it flat. It's really finicky. There was a lot of English in and around the area as well to help you place your order. Let's see.
I'm sure they get enough English tourists, so.
Yeah. This was some park. I forget the name of the park, but it's actually like elevated in midair. We didn't actually go to the park, but we went under it because there's like an underpass and like stuff under it. It briefly shows up in one of the World Ends with You games, like right on the edge of the screen. You don't actually go there. Miyashita Park. The reason I know that is because it says so in this next picture. Next to a Louis Vuitton kind of place. Very high scale area. You better believe they had burnable trash cans. Yeah. So there is a famous dog statue called Hachiko, right? Tower Records has a riff on this. It's like a His Master's Voice version of it. He's like leaning to the right to hear the music better. Oh, it was pretty cool though, because they were playing Tatsuro Yamashita music in sort of like recognition of like his things getting a re-release though. But Tatsuro Yamashita advertising everywhere in Tower Records. Another thing was Suisei's album Spectre had just come out, so that was everywhere as well. Holy crap, yeah, there was advertising for that everywhere. And like every store had like its own like Tokuten for it. Tokuten being like the extra little bonus you get for buying it there. I actually got some Tatsuro Yamashita Tokuten, which was like these humongous clear files that had every single one of his albums on it. There's the Tower Records. No Music, No Life in Comic Sans, I believe. Ugh. Yeah, let's see. We took some better pictures of Harajuku. Some better pictures of the Shibuya Scramble Crossing. But we were up close this time. All right, blah blah blah. Here's the actual Hachiko. The famed meeting spot in Shibuya. Unfortunately, there's a long line of people in front of it to take a picture with the dog. The doggo.
I can imagine.
Inexplicably, there is like a Hawaiian like tiki head here. I know there's a fair amount of like cultural exchange, so maybe that's why it's here. I don't know. It was just kind of surreal seeing a tiki head in the middle of Shibuya. Oh yeah, that's right. I found a vending machine that sold it is a very reflective kind of thing. I found a vending machine that sold salad. It had like jars.
That doesn't surprise me that much. I mean, as long as it's stored properly.
Yeah. When we were walking around Shibuya, just looking at random stuff, I just took a picture of like this street. Like, see how vertical it is? It's like a fully walkable street with just like restaurants dotted everywhere. It's got like art. It's got whatever. It's
God, I
cool.
wish there were more places like that.
Yeah, we actually found like a music club that was had like a huge line in front of it. Apparently some male idol was performing there. And I present to you. Oops. I clipped that badly. 1 second. The only good hot cocoa, the only marginally okay hot cocoa here. It wasn't great.
With the way you left off that first one, I thought you were gonna like say, "Oh, we ended up watching a male idol," but no, you switched it to hot cocoa.
The line was like actually hundreds of people long. There were like screaming fangirls the whole way down, and we kind of walked up and down. We're like, wow, there sure are a lot of people there. This cocoa was the best. It was a very low bar, an extremely low bar, but this was the best they had. It actually tasted like it had milk in it. Yeah.
See, I wonder if it has to do with like, because our taste buds, based on like the diets we are offered here,
perhaps
like often lean much more sugary. So that might be why it just kind of tastes awful to
No,
you.
it did not taste like it had milk in it. It tasted like it was water. A lot of the cocoa. It just tastes like hot water with chocolate in it. Not super good. Yeah, there was one of those 3D screens built into the corner of a building there. Oh yeah. Oh okay. At Tower Records, they actually had a handprint cast of Tatsuya Yamashita for his latest album. Apparently he like just released an album or something. Pretty cool stuff, but that's the man himself. What a guy.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that was not the Maid Cafe night. Shibuya, the first day of Shibuya was not the Maid Cafe night. We went to a burger place that was a bit off the beaten path. We actually had to take a train line that was off of the central line, a fair ways to get there. But a friend of a friend was there and wanted to sort of meet up for a meal. And we ate at a Hawaiian burger place called Island Burgers. And it was pretty good. And interestingly, right down the street is a familiar sight for some people. I did say that there was going to be some Bocchi the Rock stuff. Here's the Bocchi the Rock Club.
No
way.
We
actually were there, yeah. Believe it or not, they actually had a show that night. A variety show of some kind. Apparently a bunch of different bands were doing something. They weren't very clear, but they were like, it's a special day. Entry is 10 yen.
No, oh, that's... Wow.
Normally it's a little higher, maybe like 3,000 yen for a ticket. They explained in Bocchi the Rock how the ticketing system works.
Right.
We had a dude who was like on the verge of collapse from like the walking the whole day, so we actually opted to go home. We didn't go in. Yeah, next time. Yeah, but like that.
I'm sure they got like tons of great business though after Bocchi.
Yeah. But like, gosh, there is like all kinds of all kinds of Bocchi the Rock imagery scattered around that leg of town. Yeah, here's another picture I took of some posters by the station. Just all Bocchi the Rock.
Wow.
Like, man, what a breakout hit. Just imagine the tourism draw for this little bit of town. Yeah. Doner kebab. Oh yeah, this was the night that we went back to the arcade. And this arcade in particular, it was called Game Panic. That's right. It had like English descriptions on the cranes themselves. That sort of was, I think this one was like Kirby or something. Yeah, they did their best to describe what it was, and that was, yes, that's right. That's one of the nights that even after going out to the arcades super late, we hit the Sukiya back near where we were, and I just had like a cheese and basically I picked the weirdest looking gyudon on the entire menu. And this is like onion and cheese and gyudon with like nori powder and like hot radish pickles. It was so good. You wouldn't expect cheese to like work, but it did. I drank that clam. Yeah, I found that some more of that clam soup. I ate that. I ate some ramen in a can as well, and I found this. This was one of the Harajuku exclusive. Like I got this out of one of the weird Harajuku machines. It's called Lifeguard, and it's this royal jelly flavor. That's that artificial pineapple flavor. But this was like an energy drink that I got from like one of those weird vending machines on the side streets of Harajuku when I was exploring. Like the can, it was like so artsy. It was really cool. All right. Well, yeah, that's right. The next day we went to a Moe's Burger. I actually got to try Moe's Burger. They had extremely green melon soda. Extremely green melon soda. Like,
how green are we talking?
That green, like Slimer from Ghostbusters. And we had the definitive Moe's Burger experience. What makes a Moe's Burger a Moe's Burger? They are covered.
The burger is Moe's.
No, so it's a pretty standard hamburger with cheese, but they have like this sweet tomato and onion sauce on them. They were quite good. They were quite good. They weren't like the best burgers in Japan that we were expecting, but they were still pretty darn good. But they did have some cool like thematic art for that. Yeah. There was a purchase I could have made that day that I didn't. We went past a used like merch store called Traders, I think, and they had a huge section of like model kits. I actually found a model kit of one of the Legend of the Galactic Hero Empire ships. I should have gotten it. It was like $30, and I was like, it's early in the day. I'll decide if I want to buy something later. And I didn't.
Foolish
I should have
of you.
It. Yeah. But we did go to Animate, and apparently there's like... Do I blur it? I think it's okay. Apparently there's like... What is this? Bishonen Anime Severus Snape on the Bishonen floor of Animate. Bishonen, Alan Rickman, Severus Snape.
I've got mixed feelings on that.
Yeah. But they had like hot anime-ified versions of all of them at that Harry Potter Yule Ball kind of thing. I don't know. Though something funny at Animate was they had signs that were like, don't bother our employees in like the staff lounge. They're trying to sleep or something. Yeah. I don't actually think they were sleeping down there, but you know.
No, they probably are.
No, there was a way down to the other side of that floor was open. That actually turned out to be where they had the super 18+ stuff, and they had like a room divider and we could see over it, and it was just like a staff lounge. Yeah, here's a picture of inside of Don Quixote. It is incredibly packed. It is incredibly packed. Look at that. That's like, a single person can go through. This was just their drink section. And that was, I think the day I bought my trusty umbrella. Yeah. We went to Mr. Donut, and I bought the 2 quintessential Monogatari series donuts. Got the golden chocolate and the ring de pomme. Pretty good.
Nice.
We hit up a few card shops. I think. Yeah. This was the day we went to Radio Kaikon, which is that extremely tall building that I pointed out next to that pachinko parlor. Do I have a better picture? Here is that kimchi salad that I could not get enough of. That stupidly good kimchi salad. I don't know what made it so good, but it was so good. It was so incredibly good. I just ate and ate and ate, and then took everyone else's because they didn't want it. so good.
Mm-hmm.
Here is the grill that we cooked stuff on. That was on top of the table. It's just this big tree stump mushroom looking thing made out of clay that had all the charcoal in it. Cool stuff. Yeah, we ate all kinds of good meat. People drank a lot. And this was the izakaya itself, just a little hole in the wall thing. Doesn't even have lit up signs. That's it. It was really good. We went to Donkey. Yeah, that was the night we went to Donkey. The next morning, went to a hole in the wall ramen place right around the corner from where our Airbnb was. Ta-da! Delicious, absolutely delicious. Oh my god, it was so good. I've never tasted something so incredibly salty, but pleasantly salty. No, like, it was incredibly salty, but it was pleasant. It was so good. Here is a piece of that Pikachu waffle that my friend got in line. But, he bit an ear off by the time I took a picture of it, but he waited like an hour and a half in line for that. Kind of nuts.
So cute.
Yep. Here is the Taiyok. Do I have a better picture? Yeah, here's the... I'll post a better picture in a second, but like my hands are like super in this shot. Do you see how that little stick of butter, that little sliver of butter is sticking out of that, like, that crevice, I guess?
Yes.
That was where it came from. It's not on screen yet. This is where it came from. Like fresh, hot, like fish pastry kind of thing. All right, keep going, keep going. All right, that's right. We went to the Parco building. We went to the actual Nintendo World that was there. They had a capsule machine that dispensed pieces of or replica keychain bits of classic Famicom and SNES controllers. And the thing was according to the insert inside, there was a seventh hidden secret one that actually dispenses from somewhere else inside the machine, so you can't actually see it in with the rest of the things. It was super cool. None of us actually got it, unfortunately. And right next to that Nintendo World was another Pokemon Center. And its big display thing was this big sort of like tube. This big tube that if you scanned a QR code and held it up, it would open a particular website and do like an augmented reality like Mewtwo flying out of it, like breaking out. Yeah. Okay, blasting through. Yeah, this place was kind of cool because they had like Shibuya style graffiti up on the walls. Like, bad angle, but this is a Mew. Yeah. They had like print your own
really
Pokemon
cool,
t-shirts there. However, we realized that it wasn't actually print your own Pokemon t-shirts. They just have every single design for every single Pokemon in every color in the back because, or at least they should, because 90% of the designs were sold out. So it's not like they actually printed it on the spot. Let's see. Yeah, more Pokemon Center stuff. That was the night we went to Maydreamin'. I had Jinbei-san, the San X character, drawn on a omelet rice. And for a maid cafe, I wasn't expecting the food to be great, but it was actually amazing. It was just very, very expensive. Extremely expensive. Yeah, very good stuff. I took some more pictures. I took some ground level pictures, like the famous perspective shot of Shibuya Station from the ground. It's cool. What else? Here is bolognese pasta from Wendy's First Kitchen. We went there super late at night because we were curious. It was delicious. It's delicious. Oh man, at this point I'm just showing all the food. Yeah,
you've been showing all the food.
Oh yeah. Actually, I found an ice cream at 7-Eleven that reminded me of you.
Of me?
Yes. Polar bear ice cream.
Oh, he was thinking of me. Mwah.
Oh, okay.
Ah, it's so cute.
Yeah, I got some stuff. Oh my god, that's right, the quack commercials. This was the night that we stayed up stupid late watching like really scammy looking infomercials that apparently there's all kinds of laws and regulations over stuff you can do in Japan, but apparently you can literally say like, this is holy water that will make you poop better. It's crazy. Like I took pictures of the screen. I could not believe my eyes. I could not believe my eyes. It's just like you squirt a little bit of the water, like the infomercial started. I'm like, oh, what is this infomercial selling? It shows this guy going on like a journey on like an island in Japan. He finds like a spring and he like drinks water from the spring, puts his thumbs up, and then it shows there's some really tasty fish that live in that water, that kind of thing. And oh my gosh, they're so good. And then here's a 90-year-old man who could probably win the Olympics because he's been drinking this holy water. Oh my
Smart
goodness.
water could never.
Oh my god, smart water. This takes it to the next level. This is Shirika no Koroido. Oh, whatever water. I don't know. This water will change your damn life. Like, one squirt and you'll poop like never before or something. I don't know. And I was like, fine, whatever. This is scam water and it's only $1,000 a bottle, so surely it's not that bad. They had a live 2D version of the goddess who blessed it say, oh, buy my water and you'll be better. I'm like, what? What the hell? This is sacrilege. This is sacrilege. Yeah. So completely unrelated. I posted this on social media a little bit later, but like, this is real. Persona 5 is real. If you stay up late and you buy stuff, you stay up late and you like buy stuff, the infomercials get shady and you can buy crappy stuff that may or may not work. My god,
oh, that's just me on any given night.
Yeah. At Donkey, I bought a... No, was it at Donkey? Did I buy anything? Of course not. We were leaving in like 3 days, so I didn't. But I did buy something at, I think it was... I bought like a random bun at... Was it Donkey? I might have bought this at Donkey. I bought it at Donkey. I thought this was like some kind of red bean bun. It wasn't. It was like a matcha cream bun kind of thing. I realize now it says matcha roll. Okay, I didn't read. I think this is matcha roll. Yeah, we went to Yokohama, saw the Marine Tower. Here's the Marine Tower. It looks like kind of like Skytree, but it's not as tall. There it is. There was a dude performing live music in front of it to a small crowd. Kind of cool. Out on the pier. Did I take a good picture of the pier? Yeah, I did. So heading down towards Gundam Factory, here is a picture of the pier. Like, it's way out there. It is way out there. You can kind of see the scaffolding that is around the Gundam. And out on the pier, you can see like some of the boats that are moored to the adjacent ones. Kind of neat. Not a boat fanatic, but I appreciate a cool looking boat. Yeah. This is what the approach to Gundam Factory looked like. Ta-da! You could see the scaffolding a little more clearly. Bought some espresso. Here's the Gundam stepping out, doing his thing. Ah, man, it was so cool, so cool. I don't care that it's not the Gundam of tomorrow, man. The Gundam of today is pretty damn cool. Big lad. Yeah.
I mean, we gotta still like consider that's a huge technological leap from like even when the series like, first started.
Exactly. Yeah. In the museum inside, they had like all the companies that helped put it together. There he is, like kneeling before like standing up again. Oh man, it's so cool. Did I get a? Yes, I got a picture of him pointing to the future. Like, that's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, and they have several Guinness World Records things. Yeah, they had some models inside. Here's a picture of the heads-up display that they had. There it is. Yeah, no, they had like, oh man, it was cool. It's cool stuff. All right, I can go on forever. Man, they had a section on the wall where you can get like a sticker, post-it note sticker to kind of like put on the wall to be immortalized. I especially like this guy's rendition of the RX-78. Very good. And some people were commenting, oh, what are they going to build next? And this guy was like, next is the Zaku.
Oh, baby.
Final shooting pose. I'm glad it was accurate. Blah, blah, blah. I caught a cool picture on the way back of the Marine Tower where the sun was exactly behind it. This is probably my fanciest schmanciest photo I've ever taken. It looks cool. It looks like something out of Dark Souls.
Pro photographer.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Does look nice though.
We found a Shake Shack there. There was some cool, like, experimental, like, looking, sculptures and stuff outside. It was neat. Then we made our way to the concert venue. Oh wait, yeah. I maybe I wasn't supposed to take this picture, but I did. Whoops. No one will ever know. I mean, it's before anything was happening, but that was the stage that was set up.
Hello, Keisatsu? That's police, right? Police?
Yeah. Shh. No one will ever know. Yeah, but it was pretty cool. I got some iced seltzer, like, I thought it was like a Karen Lemon knockoff, but no, it was just lemon seltzer. Cool either way. But, that was the more traditional tonkatsu meal that I got. I got, like, wok style, so it has, like, a little bit of soup in it. A little bit of broth. Oh, it was delicious. So good. We weren't in Japan for many more days, so I'm like, I'm gonna go a little crazy. Or rather, I will go out of my way to eat, like, cool stuff. The miso broth actually had, like, little mussels inside. It's cool. Tonkatsu wako. Yeah, we had another super late night meal at Sukiya. Actually, yeah, no, we're coming up on like the last few few pictures here. But I tried ordering some more weird stuff, so I got like potato and spicy chili flakes and Japanese mayo. It's cool stuff. I got a Haagen-Dazs sandwich. Yeah, the very last meal I had on Japanese soil for this trip was fancy, like a famous pancake place called Butter. And these are incredibly fluffy pancakes, and that pasta there is actually just like almond flavored icing that's squirted out to look like noodles. Oh, it was so good.
That's interesting.
So good.
I never would have guessed that.
Yeah. Yep, that was the last thing. That was the last actual meal there. Now, remember how I said we'd get back to like not so good airport food? The airport food outside of the gates in Narita is god tier. The food inside the gates was really spotty. In fact, all of the restaurants were closed. We had to run all the way to we were hungry and we needed something to eat before the flight. We thought there'd be like good food after the gates, but there weren't. We went in, all the restaurants were closed inside. We tried going into one of the lounges using the fancy schmancy card, but believe it or not, they hit max capacity and the people in front of us was like some esports team from Australia.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. And,
sorry, you're not famous enough to hang with them yet.
Yeah, but we ended up running across the entire terminal, ended up at a 7-Eleven and bought our final 7-Eleven pork cutlet sandwiches before hopping on the plane heading over. Yeah, that was it. That was the trip. Got to see some cool musical performances, eat a lot of cool food. I talked for 5 hours straight. Oh my god. Yeah.
Are you okay? Please drink some water.
I ran out of water after hour 2.
Please drink water.
It's 1 in the morning. It's 1 in the morning.
It's the perfect time for some hydration.
Come on and slam and welcome to Japan.
If you don't wake up in the middle of the night dehydrated as fuck, scrambling for like the nearest glass and chugging that shit down before falling back asleep and sleeping
failure
soundly.
of a hydro homie. I filled a flask of like water before, like a water bottle. I think I left it down in the kitchen. Well,
bruh,
I'm gonna go get some water. That has been Ryan Escalus and
Oh wait, we're wrapping up now for real?
Yeah,
oh,
for real,
this
for
is,
real.
Uma Arktos.
It's 1 a.m. It's 1 a.m. until we meet again. Maybe.
Good night, everybody. Actually, until we meet again.
Coming up on schedules. Tomorrow night I'm playing. Actually, this week I'm playing some new games and continuing some old one. Well, an old one. I'm starting the Outer Wilds tomorrow. I know very little about the game other than it's one of those ones where you want to know as little as possible going into it. It seems right up my alley because I'm all about those games that are like mind-blowing kind of things happening. I get the feeling that it's going to be one of those. I hear that anyone who's played the game is like, whoa, you got to play this game? I just can't tell you anything about it. So all I know is that you are dropped in the middle of like a star system as like an astronaut dude, and there's a time loop going on, and you don't know what's going on. You got to figure out what's going on, and I want to figure out what's going on. So it sounds like fun. And the Souls adventure continues on Saturday. I'm going to be playing Dark Souls 1 for the first time. So yeah, the journey continues. Uma, how about you? What you got?
Tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern time, I'm playing WarioWare for the first time. Very excited about that. Let's see, tomorrow's Wednesday. On Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern, it's GeoGuessr time, baby. I'll probably let chat decide where I end up for once. So maybe I'll try some countries that I've never been to before and suffer greatly. Other than that, I'd like to stream on Saturday, but I have the opportunity to go to a small event, so things are kind of up in the air. But other than that, that's what I got.
All right. All right. Until we meet again. See ya.
Good night, everybody.